advocate to promote language rights, multilingual education, and digital inclusion. This milestone edition is especially significant as AFLC 2025 marks the first on-site gathering hosted on the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, alongside its global virtual program. Taking place from February 21st to 28th, AFLC 2025 explores the theme Harnessing African Languages for Digital Transformation and Social Justice with 1,500 plus attendees and 50 plus speakers and sessions in over 24 African languages. AFLC continues to expand its reach and impact. In 2024, AFLC became a registered nonprofit organization, reinforcing its commitment to promoting African languages and advancing language and digital rights. We extend our sincere gratitude to our partners and speakers whose generous contribution have made AFLC possible. Their support is instrumental in driving our mission forward and ensuring the success of this conference. Our esteemed speakers include Bolingo Consult, African company that is specialized in translation, interpreting African languages and colonial languages, Stanford University, University of Port Harcourt, Akalan, Globalization Partners Internal, ALC, Association of Languages Companies in Africa, Internal Decade of Indigenous Languages, and Gemstone. Before we proceed, I would like to inform all the participants that interpretation options are available in this session. And I would like to invite Winnie Duncan, who is in charge of interpretation, to give more information. Winnie, you're welcome.
Bonjour. Bonjour, est-ce que vous m'entendez? Alors, cette conférence, depuis le premier jour, est accompagnée des interprétations disponibles en plusieurs langues et nous avons en permanence le français et l'anglais. Pour accéder à ces services d'interprétation, il vous suffit de cliquer sur le bouton d'interprétation, donc l'icône en globe en bas de votre écran. Sélectionnez votre canal linguistique préféré. Ça peut être le Twi, le Yoruba, le français ou encore l'anglais. Vous entendrez la réunion dans la langue choisie, bien évidemment. Donc, comme dit précédemment, l'interprétation en anglais et en français sont disponibles tout au long de la conférence depuis le 21 jusqu'au 28. I'll be speaking now in English. So this conference has been supporting interpretation services since day one. Click on the interpretation button. That is the globe icon at the bottom of your screen. Select your preferred language channel. It could be French, English, Twi, Yoruba, or even Fulbe. You will hear the meeting in the language of your choice. English and French have been permanently available since day one, and that will be the case throughout this conference. So we thank you for staying with us, and also feedback are appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Winnie. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker for this session. The session title is The Challenges for Material Linguistics in the Era of Large Language Models, LLMs. Our speaker, Atikunde Isholo, is a professional English and Yoruba translator, interpreter, writer, editor, data annotator, proofreader, transcreator, transcriber, and LQA reviewer. So this session will highlight the challenges faced by amateur linguists in the global language industry, particularly translators and interpreters in the age of AI. Through the lens of English Yoruba machine translation, the discussion will explore how inaccurate contribution to large language models can negatively impact all aspects of life, create challenges for language professionals, and propose a solution to safeguard linguistic integrities. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Atikunde Ishola. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and maybe good morning from wherever you are listening to us. I understand some people might still be in the morning, probably in the West. Well, my name is Akintunde Ishola, an English Yoruba linguist. So I think that captures everything I do. So I will be presenting on the challenges of amateur linguists in the era of large language models. Before I move on, here is a fact about inaccurate translations. Inaccurate translations can unintentionally pose serious dangers and threats to lives, and it can create loopholes in any field of human endeavor. In 1988, a mistranslation of the word enforceable in a Canadian law caused a legal battle over French-English discrepancies in Manitoba's official documents. The court ruled that all laws had to be retranslated and republished, leading to a costly and time-consuming process that took over a decade to resolve. Here's my introduction. The major happenings in the world in the past decade have no doubt been instrumental to the shake-up in the global workspace. Industry giants have had to adapt to new, smart, and innovative ways of working. The language industry has had its share of challenges in this ever-changing work landscape. One of such challenges is the entrance of non-professionals into professional fields, and this has no doubt raised questions about work quality, reputation smudging, and dearth of skillful and talented individuals. This presentation shall therefore elaborate the challenges of amateur freelancers in the language industry in the era of large language models from the perspective of English Yoruba translation, and also propose ways to mitigate these challenges as the language industry grows and freelancing evolves. Now, translation in the global language industry, just an overview. The language industry is a melting pot for various levels of communication, such as writing, translation, interpretation, transcription, editing, proofreading, transcription, and any other field that promotes. No, the previous one, please. Or maybe I should use mine from here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That promotes human communication and understanding. Chief among the subfields of language industry is translation. This is so because of its ability to bring the word to people's doorsteps wherever they are located in the universe. Translation is the act of transferring a set of meaning, ideas, cultural elements, and customs and belief system from one language to another. The role of translation in uniting our diverse and globalized world cannot be overemphasized. It continues to serve as a bridge for effective communication across multiple languages, cultures, and ways of life. Easy communications and discussions in healthcare, international politics, environmental awareness, and others are facilitated through translation. Wills 2005 posits that translation has facilitated not just the knowledge, but understanding of multi-sociocultural structures and expanded our horizon and awareness of the world. People in Europe do not necessarily have to travel down to Africa in order to learn the history, identity, cultures, and ways of life of Africans. with just a click away. All of the above are at anyone's fingertips. In the same vein, Africans are also exposed to several cultures in other continents of the world without them setting a foot in those regions. Freelancing from the earliest till present. A freelancer can be described as a skilled worker or professional who sells certain services in the fields of human endeavor to different employers without a long-term contract with any of them. It is not an office job. It is not a 9-to-5 job where you take an employment letter and you go from Monday to Friday. This is a kind of work where there's flexibility on your part, and you can come in according to agreements that you have both signed, you and the employer. So this concept of freelancing can be analyzed from two convergent points of view. They are through the lens of the employer and from the perspective of the employee. From the standpoint of the employer, freelancing can be seen as a veritable tool in cutting business costs, cost for hours spent on projects, cost for procurement and maintenance of suitable official workspace and equipment. From the side of the employee, freelancing offers freedom and flexible schedules, the opportunity of remote work, reduction in the cost and time of carrying out a task, and the ability to choose gigs suitable for one. The perspective of English-Yoruba translation. Yoruba is the largest spoken language in Nigeria with over 40 million speakers in the southwestern region of the country and also in parts of Togo and Benin Republic. Apart from Nigeria and West Africa, Yoruba is also spoken in the United States, the United Kingdom, Brazil, Cuba, and other parts of the world. The influences of Yoruba language are deeply embedded in Brazilian culture, which is evident in many of their religious, ritual, and traditional practices. The presence of Yoruba people in many parts of the world with English as a dominant language of those countries has made English-Yoruba translation a veritable tool for collapsing language barrier between these speakers. Indigenous languages are very crucial to the preservation of histories and cultural identity of peoples, most especially the minority groups in a world rife with dominance and rivalry. Indigenous languages are no doubt important tools for distinguishing the cultural and historical uniqueness of local communities, as well as indigenous peoples' cultural standing from non-indigenous peoples and governments. Today, English-Yoruba translation and interpretation is undertaken in virtually all aspects of human endeavors, from healthcare industry, ICT, education, media and entertainment, legal and justice system to international security. The evolution of English-Yoruba translation has thus shown that its demand in various sectors of life is more than the available professionals in the field. The English-Yoruba translation sector of the global language industry is witnessing the influx of many freelancers who have little or no knowledge at all, understanding and the prerequisite training of how the translation industry works, both the conventional human translation and the emergent machine translations in the era of artificial intelligence. The presence of amateur freelancer in the language industry. When building large language models, the expected standard procedure is that language annotators, translators, and reviewers who have been contracted to handle the language aspect of the models will be professionals who possess the prerequisite understanding, knowledge, and experience in the languages in question. A lot of linguistic data sets which have been imputed into generative models currently are not only wrong, but they are not also context-informed translations, and they lack cultural nuances of the Yoruba language. Recent discoveries by English Yoruba translators have also shown that a lot of non-experts have entered this sector of the language industry. This is evident in terms of rejected translation projects, which are later recontracted out, thereby putting more financial burden on organizations and individuals. In the midst of this imbroglio is a fact staring all stakeholders in this sacred industry in the eye, which is whatever machine translation we see out there online today was imputed one way or the other by humans. So how do we ensure that only initiate, that is experts, who know the nitty-gritty of a particular language are saddled with the responsibilities such as language annotators, translators, LQ reviewers, and others? Now, theoretical framework. For this presentation, I shall be using institutional theory. The concept of institutional theory was deployed in order to properly bring home the arguments raised in this paper. Historically, the notion of institutional theory was introduced by the writings of Max Weber on the legitimacy and authority, a perspective that had its roots in the 1950s and 1960s with the works of Talcott, Persons, Philip Selznick, and Erving Goldner. After going through a cognitive reform, the concept was thereafter reintroduced in the 1970s by John Mayer and Brian Rowan. Institutional theory interrogates how organizations build structures and practices in synchronization with the broader society's expectation. The concept of institutional theory is usually employed to elucidate the invention, acceptance, and spread of formal organizational structures, some of which are regulatory procedures, written policies, and standard practices. Institutional theory is a social science framework that examines how institutions shape the behavior, actions, and decisions of individual groups and organizations. These organizational structures are guided by legitimated elements from regulations, standard operating procedures to professional certification, and many others. Institutional theory has been applied in various fields such as organizational studies, politics, sociology, and economics. In organizational studies, institutional theory is used to analyze how organizations adapt to and shape their institutional environment. Drawing inspirations from the notion of institutional logic, Elmerson et al. 2008 proposed a unique model of objectifying goods or services, so to say. Now, this model incorporates 4 key components that help put language industry practices into proper perspective. The first component is institution, the instituting of a good or service, a belief and an imagination of its objective goodness. If you are providing a service for someone or an organization, where is that services instituted? Under what institution can it be located? Now, the second component is production, how the good is produced, what practices are productive of the good. Then the third component is evaluation, how good is the good or the service. Now, the practices and objects through which what in terms of that good is determined. Now, the last component is territorialization, the domain of reference of the good. I shall be explaining more in the next slide. Now, from the above model and in relation to language service providers, the language industry represents the institution, whether it is translation, interpretation, transcribing, or language annotation for models. The above services and many others like them originate from a representation that has come to be known by companies, agencies, and individuals as the language industry. That is the institution under this model, the language industry. The instituting of a good or service. Now, to go a bit further, we can ask ourselves that as the language industry be standardized enough to operate at an optimal level, can we say the language industry globally and regionally, can we say it has been institutionalized to operate at an optimal level? Now, the second component, which is production, refers to the practices involved in the production of a good. And this explains the processes that the many domains of the language industry deploy to render services. Whether translation, writing, or interpreting, does it involve an agency or a freelance contractor? Are there pre-signed documents? How do parties involved handle confidentiality? What technologies are deployed in the production of the service? So that is the production under the 4 components. We've seen institution, the language industry, then we've seen the production. What are the processes involved in the production of the services? If you are taking up a freelancing job of interpretation, maybe for a company or for an individual, so how do you come together? How do you produce that services? What are the processes involved in carrying out your assignments for such a project? Now, the next component is evaluation. Evaluation refers to the determination of the worth of the services being rendered by language industry experts, agencies, and contractors. This includes review, linguistic quality assurance, and any other mechanism put in place to evaluate the quality of work that has been done. We'll understand that as professionals in this field, whenever jobs are done, agencies and individuals, they take it to a reviewer to check whether the quality level of the work that has been done. And if it passes their check boxes, it goes. And if it does not, many of us have experienced that, they return the work and for it to be reworked. So the next one is territorialization. So which is the domain of reference of the good service that refers to the several geographical regions and branches of the language industry. It also involves several regional regulatory templates used in shaping industry practices. By using institutional logic of objectification and comparing the language industry and global organizational contexts, studies have shown that multinational corporations play a key role in driving organizational changes, particularly through supply chain relationships and global standards adoption. Porous entrances, an absence of regulatory requirements, and client demands appear to drive coercive changes, particularly in quality management system. Now, how does the global language industry manage and regulate the entrance and activities of agencies and freelance contractors? The language industry stakeholders must understand that a freelancer is different from a linguist. Everyone may be a freelancer, but not everyone can be a linguist. There have been many cases of shoddy jobs by freelancers and cases of fraudster agencies and freelancers continue to persist in the industry. Today, we've all had many cases of individuals, people who know nothing about a language, also posing as translators, posing as interpreters in these industries. And it continues to be a problem for the language industry and for professionals. It is hard that the belief still persists today that people believe that once you're able to speak 2 languages, you automatically become a translator or an interpreter, which is far from the truth. The fact that you are able to speak 2 languages does not qualify anyone to become a translator or an interpreter. At the best, it could qualify anyone to become a student of translation or interpretation school, or so to say. Now, here's a short analysis of English-Yoruba translations from machine translations and large language models gotten online. In the first excerpt, the Yoruba statement says, "Ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣítí láti orí ìtẹ́ mímọ́ wá." Now, machine translation will come to render that as a word of encouragement from the holy place. Now, semantically, ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣítí could better be translated as pep talk or exhortation, and not really encouragement. Encouragement is well suited for ọ̀rọ̀ ìyànjú. I'm sure that our Yoruba people here would understand what I'm saying here. And if you check the next excerpt, you will see Agboye ẹ ṣeun gan ni fún ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣítí yìí. And machine translation rendered this as understanding. Thank you very much for that reminder talk. Well, here I said understood could have been used to translate Agboye. Now, it is like saying that you have heard someone well, not just audibly, but also reasonably. Also, as said above, Oreshiti could better be translated as pep talk or exhortation and not reminder talk. Also, the determiner this stands a better chance as translation of Ajuwe, which is yi in Yoruba, rather than that in ye. So we now have something like understood. Thank you very much for this exhortation. Next slide, please. So excerpt 3, we have something like, no, yes, 3. Ọ̀mọ̀wé John Stone, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ọpọlọ, that is the Yoruba that I'm reading out. Láì fi ọ̀pá pọ̀ lọ́pọlọ péjọ, mo fara mọ́ ìtumọ̀ méjèèjì tí ẹ fún àwọn ìpèdè náà. Wọ́n bá òfin gírámà mu àti morphology mu, wọ́n sì ṣe ìtumọ̀ tó tọ́ sí àwọn ìpèdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì náà. So this is also a machine translation, and the translation, machine translation for English render this as good John Stone, holy crap. That is very laughable. In spite of the crowd, I agree with both interpretations. They complicate grammar and mathematics and give a proper translation of the English sentences. Now, láì fi ọ̀pá pọ̀ lọ́pọlọ péjọ in the Yoruba rendition, that could have been without much ado, without much rhetoric, even without wasting time. And holy crap, if you look at holy crap, the machine translation rendered ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ọpọlọ, which means well done for a wise job, well done for a good job done. It's rendered it as holy crap. Now, the next one, láì fi ọ̀pá pọ̀ lọ́pọlọ péjọ, mo fara mọ́ ìtumọ̀ méjèèjì tí ẹ fún àwọn ìpèdè náà. In spite of the crowd, like one begins to imagine that how does the linguistic data set imputed into these generative models, how does it pick its words for translation? How does it manage context? How does it manage nuances? How does it manage cultural elements? Even how does it manage the silences in between words in translation? So these are so many things that both language stakeholders, tech experts who are working on generative models need to come together to work on. I think at this point, it will be only futile for us to work separately. The language experts and the tech experts working on generative models. So this is time for us to come together to deliberate on how to impute properly at this, because I still consider the stage we are in as an initial stage for these large language models, so that if we are able to get it right at this initial stage, then it will be better as things evolve. Thank you. Next one. Now, these are examples of proverbs and idioms. And I've asked myself that, okay, it is not impossible for us to train generative models to be able to discern in between figurative expressions and literal expressions. Now, all these Yoruba expressions from number 1 to 5, they are absolutely figurative expressions. And the machine translation rendered them the best way it could. Let me say, imagine number 1, and it said, you bathe and you clean the sponge. Obviously, that is not the correct translation. Now, I'm putting this to tech experts among us and engineers among us that, okay, I don't believe it is impossible. It is obviously possible, but we have to really synergize together, every stakeholder in the language industry, in order to make things work. In order to train AI model, for instance, in terms of proverbs and idioms, to be able to discern a literal language from a figurative language. In this case, context too is very key. In this case, imagine the second one, Koju Ofinlo, kò sẹ́ni tí òfin ò lè mú, which means that no one is above the law. Do you understand? The correct rendition should be no one is above the law. The machine translation rendered it as no law can be enforced. The third one, abanikonda ikon ole jokuta. It is an effort that the squirrel makes, the worm can't eat. Now, the Yoruba sentence mentioned ikon, which is a type of ant here in Africa. And I think the English word, the accepted English word for ikon is termite. Now, you begin to ask yourself that how does the machine translation render ikon as the squirrel and worms? I don't think I'll be able to understand that. And the next one is Ojúbọ̀rọ̀ gbọmọlọ́wọ́ èkùrọ́. Ojúbọ̀rọ̀ does not accept children from the mouth. This is very, very laughable. Also, I give kudos to the machine translation, but it can always do better. We can always do better, all of us together. And the last one is Eku Iṣẹ́ Takuntakun. Thank you so much for your hard work. The next one. So I think I explained it briefly. In the first excerpt, the context is key. Almost everyone would agree that the centrality of context in translation cannot be overemphasized. Owe Oyankankan could mean any of this. He passed, he is qualified, he is justified, he is acquitted, he is above suspicion, etc. Now, such expressions are usually not literally rendered as the machine translation has done. They are mostly used idiomatically, both orally and in writing. Now, the same goes for the second one, kò ju òfin lọ, kò sẹ́ni tí òfin ò lè mú, also an idiomatic expression, the proper translation of which is he or she is not above the law. For the third one, under the excerpt, abanikonda ikon ole jokuta. Let us even leave figurative meaning aside and analyze it literally. Like I said earlier, ikon is termite, while okuta is stone. Now, how and why will machine translation render both words in English as squirrel and worm? Now, this simply means that something is wrong in the linguistic data set imputed for animals and other things in the Yoruba language section of the generative models. During data annotation, how can LLMs experts make a case for the possibility of both literal and figurative meanings side by side for words and phrases? Abanikonda ikon ole jokuta could be literally translated as termites can only try. They cannot gnaw at stone. While figuratively, it may mean an adversary, antagonist may contrive evil plans, but they cannot bring you down. And they cannot stop your success. So, empty rendered Ojúbọ̀rọ̀ kò gbọmọlọ́wọ́ èkùrọ́, as Ojúbọ̀rọ̀ does not accept children from the mouth. It is very laughable whether one is looking at it from the literal or figurative point of view. The translation is not only wrong, but very misleading. Ekuro is the palm kernel seed. So how does that translate to mouth? Now, mitigating the challenges of amateur freelancers. A writer once said that translation and interpretation is not just about translating the words. It is about understanding the silence between them. Now, the global language industry requires a multi-layer of skill set and mastery beyond ordinary language knowledge or native speaker claims in order to meet the ever-increasing needs of the global knowledge community. It is high time we started putting it out there very strongly, the importance of formal training before delving into the language space. Being a multilingual does not automatically qualify anyone to become a translator or an interpreter or a data annotator. That is the worst thing that could happen to the language industry. To employ a non-expert when you are building a generative model. That is a very terrible thing to do. Now, the impact of machine language such as the above is one of the main reasons we can't rely too strongly on AI translations for now. I mean for now, because a lot of them, according to my point of view, English Yoruba perspective, they lack human touch for now. They lack nuances, they lack cultural elements, they lack the basic stuffs in translation that could make anyone understand what has been rendered from one language to the other. Now, scholars, researchers, translators, and language experts must accept that the human touch will always be at the heart of good translations. With the current level of expertise in machine translation of English Yoruba text, it is somewhat difficult to believe that machine translation, whether now or in the future, would be able to capture certain aspects of languages, such as nuances, appropriate context, idioms and proverbs, deep cultural undertones, etc. I'm not saying this is impossible. It may be, but if that will be impossible, we have to work together as one and not as separate entities. Now, recommendations. With institutional logic in mind as our theoretical framework and as elucidated under the theoretical guidelines, language service providers must begin to institutionalize the language industry by making underlying values, norms, regulations, and practices that shape the behavior of individuals and domains within an institution more pronounced. Stricter rules and requirements must be set with global standard by regulatory bodies for new entrants into the industry. Only by this can it be said that the industry is maintaining a sane institution devoid of mediocre freelancers and contractors. Conclusion. The advent of AI and machine translation is a great blessing that cannot be quantified in our daily lives, but we must also be wary and take required proper action so that it does not become a curse. Today, there are drug prescriptions online. People are beginning to consult GPT for medical and health diagnosis and advice. And all these are done through languages. If care is not taken, gross errors by amateur freelancers and even very minute oversight by experienced linguists working on large language models could pose potential dangers for countless number of people. The global language industry as a whole and the regional sectorial subcategories according to language peers must begin to police the industry in order to ascertain that only the best of the best are contracted for the development of large language models. The message in any translated piece is as important as the medical doctor's diagnosis and prescription. Emphasis must also be made on the importance of formal training and continuous learning for anyone who wants to delve into the translation industry. Yoruba language is a highly cultured, tone-marked, and nuanced language. So it is very crucial that whoever wants to become a translator in the language, which is Yoruba, must go back to the basics to learn the deep workings of the culture, grammar, and orthography of the language. So here are my references. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Tunde Ishola, for this
Thank you.
meaningful session. Personally, I'm actually into large language models, so this was a very meaningful session. So following this
Thank you.
session, we'll have a brief Q&A questions. For questions, I think many people have questions for you. So I think we can start a particular session now. So people who have different questions, they can write them in the Q&A section, and then we'll answer them accordingly. So there is a question in Q&A. I don't know if I can read it out or if...
Yes, I'm reading it already.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Okay. Start. Sorry, just a minute. It's a long question, so and I'm trying to break it into 2 or 3 components.
No
It is one
problem.
question, but there are questions in the questions.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, can I just write down all the questions and answer them together, or should I do it one by one?
No problem. I think what works for you best should be it. There are like
Okay.
some few questions in the chat. I don't know if you saw them.
Okay. I'm also taking the next question down so that I'll answer them together.
Okay.
So I think the first question was Mr. Oliver or Miss, I'm sorry, please. And I could deduce 3 questions from your single question. Thank you. You talked about the various dialects of African languages. That is true. Thank you. There are many African languages with a lot of variations, a lot of dialects. Now, I will use my mother tongue as an example, which is Yoruba. For Yoruba language, it is true that we have several dialects. We have Oyo, we have Ekiti, we have Ife dialect, we have Ijebu-Jesha, and a whole lot. We have Oke-Ogun and so many other dialects of Yoruba language, just one language. Now, but it has been accepted by scholars and almost all professionals that we have a single dialect that we all accept as the general Yoruba, which is the Yoruba Oyo, the Yoruba spoken in Oyo. So let me put it that way. So that is the general Yoruba. And the orthography, Yoruba orthography, use that general Yoruba for its languages, for its writings, and for its speech, most especially in formal settings, in this kind of settings that we find ourselves. So that is where we find ourselves. I think that is the first of your question that I brought out. So in terms of dialects, I can only speak for my language. Well, and I think that also extends for other African languages, most especially the ones that already have a written and accepted alphabets, alphabetical system. So for the Yoruba, it is Yoruba Oyo. Do you understand? Which is a general one, and the orthography of Yoruba is used based on that general Yoruba. So if you are coming to extract linguistic data to build large language models for Yoruba language, for example, now, I think you have to look for those who truly understand this and the variants of other ones. It is not really important for them to understand the other variants, the other dialects, but it's very important for the people who will be working on large language models to understand this Yoruba that I'm talking about, the general Yoruba, that is spoken, that is officially recognized as the general one. So yes, well, you said how do we make sure that the large language model understand these variations? I think we can start from the first one, which you talked about, the general dialect of a language. When we start with that, with the generative models, then we can begin to impute the variations of those languages. Someone might come now and ask ChatGPT to render a certain sentence in a different dialect, in a dialect difference from the general dialect. Now, so if we have the original dialect, the generally accepted one imputed, and we also have the variations imputed, then I think would have at that point of imputing those linguistic data sets, we would have made sure that the generative model understand that this is a general one and these are variants of the language in question. So I think, but we have to start from the general one, which is usually regarded as the formal one. Then you talked about freelancers that people don't know from different dialects. Well, like I said, this is one of the points I raised in my presentation. Whenever large language models are being built, whenever data annotators and language freelancers are being contracted to work on this, you have to make sure that you are employing the best of the best. There are agencies in Nigeria, there are experts that even at a glance, when you check their profiles on social media platform, you know whether these people or this person is an expert or a non-expert. Even by the way someone writes, you don't even have to speak to a person. Just read 2 or 3 sentences from the person, and you know whether the person is an expert or non-expert. So I believe I've been able to answer your question. Okay, you said advice for improving data collection for African languages. You have to come to Africa in order to to take data sets from us. I'm sorry, I'm speaking this way. I've seen so many jobs. They will need. They will say they need a speaker of a language from Africa, and they don't want the person to be domiciled in Africa. There are so many of those jobs I saw last year, and when I see these jobs, I just laugh. And what do you think would happen when they don't see someone who is an expert, maybe in the UK, maybe the company is domiciled in the UK, and they couldn't find an expert in the UK, they couldn't find in the US? What do you think they will do? They will take the next person they can see, whether the person understands the nitty-gritty of the language or not. So if you really want to take the raw data set, good data set, you have to, I think at this point, you have to come down to Africa, assemble experts in such languages, and maybe within few days. And I think with that, you can reach a point, a mutually agreed point that, okay, these are correct, these are better, and these are better. For the question asked by my friend and brother, Mr. Abdulrashid Fadepe, he said Nigeria Institute of Translators and Interpreters, that how do they resolve the issue of amateur linguists? Well, I wouldn't know, but I can chip this in that they should be at the forefront. Number one is that, okay, are they just certification-based agency or institutes? It is regarded as one of the institutes in Nigeria regulating the operations of linguists. But I think they need to do more. They need to go further than just giving certificates. I don't want to say much. They just need to do better. They really, really need to do better. It is not just about giving out people certificates. Do you understand? And certifying that, okay, this person is good or not. They really need to do better. They need to organize webinars. They need to organize symposiums in order to let people know that there is a problem in the language industry. And by coming together, all stakeholders, then we can be able to solve this problem. Let me see this, sorry. Okay, Anuluapo said, okay, if machine translation could not find words for animals or some other things, does it mean Yoruba does not have enough words on the machine translation? I don't think so. With my experience in machine translation, I think there are lots of words, a lot of linguistic data sets have been inputted into generative models. I think the problem is the correct annotation of these words and expressions. I think that is the main problem. And generative models, they are robots. In order to put this in proper perspective, it is the command that you give that it would bring out. Well, some of us don't really are not really into the interconnectedness of the back end and the front end conundrum. But my point is, at the back end, it is whatever command that is given to these models that they will give. If you input a correct data set, it will bring it out. Imagine the example I gave the other time when it said termites can only Abaniconda, and it rendered acorn as squirrel. Do you understand? Which is very far. They are very far from each other. Do you understand? So there are so many words there. Even if you add some other variant of generative model, the English of a certain animal, by the time you list 10, it might bring out the 10 correctly. But when it begins to, when you begin to ask sentences that has to render words together, do you understand? Then we begin to have issues. But if you are entering loan words and you are saying, okay, what is the translation of this word? Most of them are usually correct, at least from my experience of generative models. So some niggas are already working on Yoruba dialects. In fact, they have created an LLP resources. Okay. So let me see if there are other questions. Okay, how can professional linguists collaborate with AI developers to improve translation quality? I think it should be the other way around. It's the AI developers that would will have to take the move. They are the one that need to collaborate more with language experts. I want to be wrong, but I hope I'm not wrong. Because when these language models are being built, there is usually no announcement that okay, something is being built. Language experts need to contact the people who are overseeing it and tell them we have to work together. You are bringing something out, a product. Every model is a product. If you want the best for that product, if you want that product to serve its best purpose, I think you should also do best to bring in the experts in the field. So I think this is more for the builders to know that they cannot work alone. They cannot work in isolation. They have to work hand in hand with language experts. There are no two ways to it. That is what we have to do as stakeholders. We have to come together to cooperate, to work in order to move. Because I usually say that this is the initial stage of large language models. Yes, they've been around for a while, but if we're able to get things right at this stage, we won't have problems going forward. So that is my thank you. I don't know if there are any other questions.
Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you so much for this
Thank you.
session.
Thank you for
I
having
don't know
me.
if, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so we are having another session after this session, so we invite everybody to attend. As they can see, this session was very good. We've learned a lot. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Hello, everyone. For those joining us and for those who are still on the call, we're having another session at 1. And so we are waiting for more people to join us to start exactly at 1. The session will be about revitalizing indigenous languages through digital storytelling. So we should wait for them a bit so that we can start the session. Thank you.
Dieu créa l'homme créa la machine et la machine a fini par trahir l'homme. Je reprends. Pour tous ceux qui viennent de nous rejoindre, nous sommes désolés pour ces interruptions. Effectivement, ce sont des problèmes qui arrivent parfois quand on organise des sessions en ligne parce qu'effectivement, Dieu a créé l'homme a créé la machine et cette machine a fini par prendre le dessus. Bienvenue à la session 13 intitulée Africaniser davantage la toile. Elle sera faite par un présentateur qui est chercheur, chef de projet et directeur d'e-Africa Digital, une entreprise qui crée des ressources numériques pour les locuteurs de langues africaines. Cette présentation durera 50 minutes. Elle sera faite en anglais. Je vous invite à bien vous asseoir et de pleinement profiter pendant que je déroule le tapis à cet orateur qui est Grant McNulty. J'espère que je prononce bien son nom. Si vous êtes là, bienvenue à vous. Prenez place et nous sommes prêts à nous délecter de ce que vous avez à partager avec nous, notamment autour de votre thème Africaniser davantage la toile. Merci.
Merci pour l'introduction, Winnie. Je suis ici. Bonjour à tout le monde. Hello, everybody. Je m'appelle Grant. Je suis Grant McNulty de l'Afrique du Sud. Mais ma présentation est en anglais, donc je vais continuer en anglais. Hello, everybody. My name is Grant McNulty, and I was just saying hello to everyone and thank you for the introduction from Winnie. I'd also like to say before I begin, thank you to the organizers, especially to Umasoye, who has been the kind of face of the project for many of us who are presenters, and I'm sure many others who have interacted with her. Can I just go ahead? I have a presentation on my computer. Can I present it from here? Is that okay, Winnie?
Yes, of course. Do you have any option there for that?
Let me just...
Ask for access. I think you'll be granted.
If you can let me know if you can see and hear me and see my screen. Oh, sorry. Can you see that okay? And hear me okay? Yes, okay, sorry, I couldn't see your thumbs up. Okay, then let me begin. Okay, so, sorry, there's a few, as always, as I think you were saying, Winnie, there are always a few bugs in the system as you start a digital presentation. Okay, so as you well know, my name is Grant McNulty. I am the director of eAfrica Digital, a consultancy that focuses on making the web more African, for creating digital resources for African language speakers. And today I'm going to talk to you about learning and digital knowledge in African languages. To kick things off, I'd like to ask you, or to at least think about how many people on the African continent you think speak French or German or English or another European language as their mother tongue. It may surprise you to learn that of the 1.3 billion Africans on the continent, only 0.5% speak English as their mother tongue. And that, of course, pales in comparison to the many other languages that people speak as their first language. And yet these languages are underrepresented in the media, in academia and education, in advertising, and of course on the web. The end result being that the web is not African enough. So we at eAfrica Digital have tried to play our part in addressing this, and we have developed a few projects, Digi and eAfrica, which I will discuss in detail with you here today. But what do these projects do? Okay, number one, Digi is an e-learning platform where people, African language speakers, can receive skills training online and in their mother tongue languages. Number two, some of them do our course, an introductory course in web publishing, and they go on to generate African language content that's about them, their histories, their cultures, their customs, and of course, in their mother tongue languages. That is then checked by our content editors who are cultural practitioners and linguists. And once it's been approved, it is then published, number three, on the eAfrica platform, which is a website of history and culture for African language speakers. And the end result is that African language speakers then have access to unique and relevant content that's about them, their histories, their cultures, and it's in the palm of their hands. If we dive a bit deeper, Digi is an e-learning website or a chatbot, depending on how you deploy it, specifically designed for African language speakers. It delivers micro courses on cell phones, and these courses are short, they're easy to complete. The learners can go at their own pace. We are designing for low resource environments, so they don't use a lot of data. They don't have, data heavy YouTube videos. Rather, they are predominantly textual with quite low resolution images. And they're skills based. The idea is that people learn something new. They learn a new skill. So that might be improving their digital or financial literacy. It might be, as I mentioned, the course on web publishing. It could be how to learn more about growing your own food or running and starting and running and marketing a small business. We didn't just dream Digi up. No, rather we did research with over 8,500 respondents online and in their mother tongue language. They were mainly women aged 18 to 35, and the vast majority, as you can see, over 94% told us that they wanted to learn in their mother tongue and what they wanted to learn. We then did a trial. I'm from Durban in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, where people speak the Zulu language. So that is predominantly where my expertise lies. So we started a trial, a 3-month trial with Zulu speakers, and we welcomed over 4,000 learners who accessed our resources over 10,000 times. And this was for a course, an introductory course on digital literacy. We then did a second trial, again 3 months, and expanded it to also another language here in South Africa, Yoruba, a Nigerian language, and Swahili in East Africa. And there we welcomed over 4,500 learners who accessed our resources over 16,500 times. So, you can see that there's an appetite for educational content in people's mother tongue languages. And we, of course, see that there's a lot of scope to expand this project to different African languages and regions. If we look at Digi in its most basic form is a mobile website, but it is in fact much more than that. It is a digital library of indigenous knowledge with over 2,500 articles in a variety of predominantly South African languages at the moment. So you see Zulu, Xhosa, Tswana, Sotho, but we also have dipped our toes into Swahili again and also Yoruba. And we have plans for expansion to as I say, other regions in Africa. And this platform is a platform of history, of culture, customs, things like proverbs, traditional recipes, folk tales, the symbolism of dreams, the traditional use of plants, foods that are specific to particular cultures and places. You can see eAfrica has grown from strength to strength. You know, we started it in its first kind of incarnation in 2019. And what I'm showing you here is the kind of year-on-year growth. You can see 2020 with the COVID and all the lockdowns, there were a lot of people online. But this is the number of times that people have accessed the resources in a year. So 2019, kind of 1.8 million, and now we've had a steady number of about 6 million times that people have accessed the resources. So, you know, this is predominantly based again on the Zulu website, but also Pilot, Xhosa, and Tswana versions. And you can see that people access our resources about 500,000 times a month, 6 million times a year. It has plateaued a bit from 2022 to 2024 as we have tried to expand to different languages and different regions, and but still tried to maintain, you know, our readership and engagement with the existing audiences. As I've shown, you know, there's an appetite for this type of content, educational and cultural content for African language speakers, and I think the reason for that is and the kind of core value that these projects bring is that we're providing Africans with access to educational resources and historical and cultural resources online in their own languages and on their phones. This isn't some kind of imported project. You know, the projects focus on African knowledge and practices, and they're grounded in research with African communities. So in the development of these projects, we've done over 23,000 questionnaires to understand what people are looking for, what they're interested in, and how we might serve their needs. And our focus is always to create projects, you know, that are about Africans, of course, in African languages and built specifically for African audiences. So I'll give you a few examples that they kind of run-offs, I suppose, of Digi and eAfrica and other projects that we've done as a part of Digi and eAfrica to try and engage African language audiences. One of them is clan praise ringtones. In South and Southern Africa, and I understand throughout most of Africa, clan praises are a phenomenon where you can, with someone's surname, trace their history and their lineage and their family tree and roots. So we recorded clan praises, Zulu clan praises, with an Mbongi who is a praise poet. We recorded them as ringtones, and obviously there were multiple ringtones because there are many different clans and many different surnames. And we delivered these as a small MP3 file that people could then download and have on their phones. And it's when someone calls you, it's literally like having the past call you in the present, because it traces your whole lineage and your ancestors. We tried to monetize these. We tried to sell them, but you know, in the end, there are a few factors that undermine this. One, the amount of money that the cell phone companies take. We tried to make it affordable for people, but cell phone companies basically take half the money from the get-go. And also, someone cleverly found that if you could you could download the ringtone and just share it with all members of your family. So in the end, it worked out that it wasn't a feasible business model, but I'm happy to report that many people have clan ringtones on their phones, clan praise ringtones. Another project that we have just launched and have yet to publicize is a Proverbs game. I don't know about others in the audience, but I'm an avid Wordle fan. I play Wordle every day. So with a developer, we created a Wordle-style Proverbs game. So the idea is that each day you get an African proverb, and you have to guess it. You can see 1 out of 5 on the screen. Those are your guesses. You have 5 chances to guess the proverb. Whether or not you guess it correctly, you still get the explanation at the end. And the idea is to promote reading literacy for one, but also cultural literacy and you know, language literacy. So You can see also that there are features like Wordle that are built in. You'll see the little light bulb in the top right-hand corner, and you click that, it tells you how to play the game. If you click the stats section, it records your score each day, and you can share it with your friends and boast how quickly you got the answer, or not if you didn't get it quickly. And again, the idea here is that we have created a framework. If you use the analogy of a body, we have created the skeleton, and this enables us to work with others from different African regions and languages to input their projects. So as I say, if you use the analogy of a body, we've created the skeleton, and the organs and meat and bones is what other people can then put in and create their own Proverbs game. We'd be interested to work with people if there are those in the audience who would like to do this with us. Lastly, and this is, I suppose, more of a category of cultural products and services, but we have created both physical and digital products. One, again, is the good old clan praises. We have created key rings with Nguni hide with people's clan praises on them. We have trialed a service for online calls with cultural specialists. So if you want to engage with a traditional healer, we facilitate that via WhatsApp. And we have also trialed things like cultural calendars with specific dates of importance for a particular culture, as well as diaries and things like that. To give you a bit of input and an idea of who works on these types of projects, there is me, Grant McNulty, a photo from quite a few years ago now, but I'm an African language and culture researcher. I work with people like Benati, who is a content editor, who has an MA in digital curation, with Siboniso, who is a content writer and poet. I'm lucky that my brother is a digital learning specialist, so I can lean on him a bit if I need to understand the dynamics of learning in low resource environments to develop solutions for Digi. And then someone like Nkobego, who is a digital coordinator and helps with marketing and as well as translating and editing. Sustainability, I think, it's worth mentioning for these types of projects because, as you've seen, we've tried and trialed many different things. So I thought I might give you some insights as to what works, and if you are doing your own projects, what you might try or not. Fundraising is one thing, whether it's crowdfunding. I think there's a lot of potential to engage the African diaspora, for example, but also through grants, even local or national grants or international funding, although they're quite competitive, but we've received a few and put them to good use. As I mentioned, the cultural and products and services, both digital and physical, that we have trialed and continue to trial. Market research is another aspect that I think is worth pursuing depending on your project, but for us, because we have such a large and engaged audience, as I mentioned, we did over 23,000 questionnaires online and in people's mother tongue languages to develop these projects. We can then charge for that if other people are interested in engaging our audience and understanding their perspectives. Lastly, vernacular advertising is something that has worked for us. It's I think, a small but growing field where, you can, instead of just trying to advertise to people in a European language, you can really drive your message home by delivering it in people's own languages and also incorporating some of the richness of African languages and some of the cultural nuance of the languages. Going forward, we, I think, with Digi NE Africa have a proven concept and a delivery model, although, that is open to change, particularly with the rise of things like AI and LLMs. But for the time being, we have a proven concept and this delivery model that is flexible enough to change. And we are now, as ever, scaling to different African regions and languages, and always looking for partners with whom we might work. That's all I have to say for the time being. I have used the template that the African Languages Conference gave us. So it says questions, but I hope that perhaps we might just have a chat, and it might be more of a dialogue than just me answering questions back and forth. But I'm open to any questions and any form of discussion. Thank you for listening to me.
Merci pour cette brillante présentation. Nous invitons tous les participants à rédiger leurs questions dans le chat ou même de lever la main et les adresser directement si elles les ont. Donc, nous vous accordons 1 à 2 minutes pour poser vos questions. Concernant la toile africaine et justement la prépondérance de ces langues, on a remarqué qu'il restait beaucoup à faire. Nous espérons que la leçon a été retenue. Nous espérons que les Africains s'engageront davantage à occuper cet espace de sorte que l'on soit plus représentatif, surtout à l'image de la variété linguistique que nous avons, plus de 2000 langues, c'est assez important et effectivement, nous retenons qu'il faut faire mieux. Merci, Grant. Nous attendons les questions des participants dans le chat.
Merci. S'il y a quelqu'un qui veut poser des questions en français, je peux essayer aussi. Je parle un peu de français, mais oui, fais-le.
Étant donné que nous n'avons pas de questions, nous supposons que tout a été bien assimilé. Nous remercions une fois de plus Monsieur Grant McNulty qui nous accompagnait et nous présentait tout ce contenu depuis l'Afrique du Sud. C'est toujours enrichissant de prendre part à ce type d'événement. Nous espérons que justement tous les participants ont eu l'occasion d'en apprendre quelque chose. Nous saisissons également cette occasion pour remercier nos partenaires et sponsors. Nous sommes effectivement à la 4e édition de la conférence africaine sur les langues. En attendant la prochaine session, n'hésitez pas au cours de la journée, même s'il s'agissait d'une session précédente, s'il y a une présentation qui vous a marqué, n'hésitez pas également à le rappeler dans le chat. Nous sommes en direct sur YouTube et d'autres plateformes. Nous vous remercions d'être là depuis le matin et restez scotchés pour la prochaine session. Merci. Nous voyons une question dans le chat, mais peut-être que l'expert répond directement à l'intéressé.
Yes, is that what you prefer, Winnie? Should I just I can respond in the chat?
Je pense que vous pouvez prendre la parole pour que tout le monde puisse en profiter.
Ok, je le fais. Akintunde Ishola says, how were you able to capture all clan names in the clan praise ringtones, or did you handle it by categorization? So I responded by saying that we didn't capture all of the clan praises. We just did a trial with about 20 to 30 to see what kind of interest there was. And then there is another question that I see in the Q&A from Kambai, who says, does the Digi platform work like a wiki or other related platforms when one has to be allowed to access the system to make edits? I work on the Tiap language in Central Nigeria and would love to see Tiap added in the Digi platform. So to answer your question, it is set up in and I will just share my screen again. In fact, you know how it is with these technical things. You never want to do a live presentation because it never works. But I suppose I've done my presentation, so I will show you. You can, everyone can see my screen, you can see Digi is set up with a thing called subdirectories at the moment. So here you can see digi.africa, and the YO it says that it is in Yoruba. But if you put it in OSA XH, you will see that it's a different website in effect. It's the same main website, but a different subdirectory for a different language. If you put it to SW, it goes to Swahili. So the idea there is that each language has its own experience. Each user has their own experience in their language. And so it's not set up like a wiki, but Kambai, if you would like to do this, I could, for example, give you some of the course materials we have in English, and you could translate them to Tiap, and then we would make available the Tiap version. I'm not sure what the language code is, but it would be digi.africa and then the Tiap version. Someone else, sorry, asked another question. Let me just open it up. And then I'll respond to it. Do you have any idea of where the local languages are used in schools in South Africa? And if yes, how does it occur? Thank you. That is really, are they digital teaching? So my brother, as I mentioned, is an e-learning specialist, so he would know better. But one thing that we have trialed, and again, I'll use this as an example here. Here again is Digi, and this is something we have trialed, and it's very much a work in progress. But this is almost a kind of a study buddy. It's an AI tutor that allows people to interact with the curriculum. So in this case, it's economic and management sciences for grades 8 and 9. But you can, the idea is that you should be able to ask it questions in your mother tongue language. So I've just said, ukhuluma isiZulu, do you speak Zulu? Yebo ngiyakwazi ukukhuluma isiZulu ngabe, and it asked me, what is, how can I help you? And then you can say something like, excuse me, I'm not sure this will work, to be honest, but you can say yini economy, what is the economy? And then it gives you an explanation of what the economy is. And so the idea here, it's something called I'll get the acronym wrong, but mother tongue based MTBBE, mother tongue based bilingual education, where you have the curriculum in one language, like English, for example, and then you have explanations in your mother tongue language. So it really helps you to understand concepts like the economy or even, you know, Pythagorean triangles or something like that. So you can use this as a study buddy if you're not a mother tongue speaker of English or French or Portuguese or something. You can use this to help you understand the curriculum better and to chat with it in your mother tongue language. Thank you for the question. That was relevant, I think.
Thank you, Mike. Grant McNulty, rather. I think we have another contribution from Adenkosi Mdende, and it would be nice if you could indicate from where you're joining us. He says, I would love to chat with you, Dr. McNulty, if you're in AFL WhatsApp group for your thoughts on how to add the development of specialized science terminology and knowledge for isiXhosa and isiZulu, which is a passion of mine. Great presentation.
Thank you. I think he's definitely from South Africa by his name. Yes, Eastern Cape. He's a Xhosa speaker. And yes, of course, I would. And Kambai, please feel free to reach me. If it's okay, I don't know. I put my contact details in the presentation, but I will add my email address here in the chat for everyone. And if there's anyone who's interested in these projects, if you want to create a proverb game, if you want to chat to me about cultural resources or African language resources, I'm definitely, my email is always open. So please feel free to reach out.
Magnifique, merci. Je pense que Atenkosi est avec nous depuis Eastern Cape. Et nous avons également une participation de Anemone Lokobile. Je ne sais pas si la question d'Anemone a déjà été répondue. Elle a déjà été répondue. Très bien.
Oui, parce que j'ai fait la présentation de comment on dit le EMS, le chatbot, qui est
D'accord.
avec la curriculum.
Ok, mais très bien, très bien. Avons-nous répondu à la question de Kambai?
Oui, je pense.
Donc, on a fait le tour,
Je
je
vais
dirais.
lui montrer comment marche le site web de Digi avec les langages différents.
Magnifique, magnifique. Je pense que nous avons fait le tour. C'était une session vraiment intéressante. Merci une fois de plus, Dr. McNulty, d'avoir été des nôtres. Merci d'avoir partagé votre expérience. Je pense que tous les aspirants à ce domaine et ceux qui souhaitent occuper davantage l'espace numérique en ce qui concerne les langues africaines ont reçu toutes les astuces dont ils ont besoin. En plus, vous avez partagé vos adresses. Ils peuvent vous joindre après cette session. Nous vous remercions d'avoir été des nôtres pour cette autre édition. Nous sommes à la 4e journée de notre conférence sur les langues africaines, la 3e journée pour les sessions en ligne. Nous vous remercions également d'être avec nous depuis le matin. Nous allons mettre la clé sous le paillasson en ce qui concerne cette session, si vous voulez bien, si vous n'avez pas d'autres questions. Nous saluons encore tous ceux qui nous écoutent de Port Harcourt au Nigeria ou même de Eastern Cape en Afrique du Sud. Nous avons également des participants. D'ailleurs, veuillez l'indiquer, comme ça on créera une grande chaîne de passionnés de langues africaines en Afrique. Et c'est ainsi que nous arriverons effectivement à combler le fossé dans un avenir proche, qui sait. Merci, docteur, d'avoir été des nôtres. Nous prions tous ceux qui sont là depuis le matin de serrer une fois de plus la ceinture. La session prochaine démarrera à 14 heures GMT, donc dans 26 minutes pour être exact. Je ne suis pas sûre d'être une experte en mathématiques ni en arithmétique, mais je vous propose d'attendre. On nous mettra certainement une chanson pour maintenir l'ambiance. Merci, docteur, et à tout à l'heure pour tous les autres participants. À bientôt.
Merci. Au revoir.
everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Grant, for that wonderful presentation. And thanks to everyone who took part in this session. The next session is coming up by 2 p.m. UTC, which is 20 minutes from now. Please be patient while we wait for the next speaker. In the meantime, we'd like to play some music. If you have any music recommendations, any African music recommendations, you can drop them in the chat and I will be your DJ in the next 20 minutes. I also shared a link to the survey in the chat. As you all know, today is day 4 of this conference, so we'd like to hear your thoughts. How were the sessions so far? What ways can we improve? Do you have any suggestions? The survey gives you the opportunity to do so, and you can respond anonymously. So we want to get your feedback. So the link to the survey form is in the chat. You can fill it out while you can. Thank you. So I'll be looking out for your music recommendations, but it has to be an African music. So kindly drop the title and the name of the artist, and I will play the music while we wait for the next session. Thank you. Okay, I see one that was sent previously. Nguino Mama by Ruthie Joel. Let me look that up. Okay, we have one. Mom Tema by Tala. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is day 4 of the African Languages Conference. And right now, I would like to introduce the next session, which is session 14. For this session, we will be talking about the iconic implications of Wolof and Pula AI innovation. And our speaker for this session is Zan Jackson Garrett. She's a multidisciplinary strategist and creative at the intersection of economic development and brand storytelling. This session, from visual representation of African protagonists to the emergence of leaders driving sustainability, this session will emphasize on clean energy, media, and climate storytelling as pivotal drivers of the West African and US Senegalese energy sectors. At this point in time, I would like to give the floor to our speaker, Zan Jackson. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the introduction. It's overwhelming, and I would just say that in developing my presentation, my frame on the importance of African languages to me personally and professionally has taught me so much. So I'm happy to be speaking. Hello, salam alaikum, nangadef, yangi chijam, nakali gebi. This is the Wolof greeting. I'm going to be reading from my iPhone or from my laptop the entire time. And I will give a sort of long introduction to the context that I arrive here in, the importance of African languages to me and my lived experience and in my career. Then I would love to do a collaborative activity that's really quick, go through my formal remarks, and end with a note on the Latin language. So my name is Zan Jackson Garrett. I'm a consultant for Blue Lake Clean Energy Group, a family-owned clean energy company based in New York, and I work remotely from the city of Baltimore. Baltimore is my hometown, and I work as a creative strategist and also as a convergence consultant. So I explore the emerging structures and opportunities for innovation and economic development at the intersection of AI, blockchain, trade, energy, and media. For the past 7 years or so, I have lived in transit moving between the US and Senegal, between Baltimore and Dakar, and I have spent much of my time in Senegal, living on the island of Gorée. I grew up in Baltimore, where I received a private education, attending an all-girls school, kindergarten through 12th grade, studying German, French, and Latin. In this context of hyper-Western education, my parents, wanting my sister and I to understand multiple systems of knowledge, filled our home with Africana, encyclopedia, books, maps, masks, and objects from the continent. But it wasn't until I studied abroad in Senegal in 2014 that I finally heard the Wolof language spoken out loud. I want to be clear, I am an American. I have not attained spoken Wolof fluency and have primarily relied on French for my communication in Senegal. One day this will change, and it's a lifelong goal of mine to attain the fluency. Still, Wolof and Pulaar as mechanisms for the delivery of cultural knowledge, heritage, and custom have profoundly impacted my life. The cultural materials I have gathered and witnessed in Senegal, this beautiful approach to energy and elements, to water and sunlight, to food in daily life, to structuring time, kinship, and social bonds, have deeply shaped my personal development as an American woman and as a slave descendant. Growing up as a Black student in predominantly white educational spaces, I was not necessarily encouraged to make original word choices, or at least not within the contexts, or not within any context that affirmed or exposed me to Black or African protagonism. I had to develop my language of personal resilience, largely detached from Black or African frameworks, largely detached from Black or African frameworks and characters and protagonists. And I was socialized from the earliest age by the language, sounds, and social communication of my white peers and their families. After leaving Western educational institutions, following my time at George Washington University, I struggled to speak, to write, to communicate in a way that felt authentic or successful in terms of being able to communicate my experience. Outside of the Western educational structure, my ability to form language with any sort of authentic clarity really faltered. My peculiar exposure to the English language at school versus at home has definitely left its mark on my voice, which has quite a broad range in terms of my ability to adapt to the syntax, style, and tone of the affinity groups in my country. Being immersed in the sounds of Wolof and Pular and the life and rhythm of Gorée has been restorative. It revealed to me that African languages are not just tools of communication, they are technologies of a different kind than English. African languages are technologies that carry knowledge systems, map space and time, and hold cultural memory. They are spatial architectures, structuring how people move peacefully through landscapes, greet each other, build kinship, and orient themselves within expansive histories. So this brings me to a core of my inquiry: language as intelligence, as energy, as information and technology. Not technology in the narrow computational sense, but technology as a social infrastructure, a temporal structure, a system of orientation. Language is a tool that enables us to stretch across time and space, to transfer knowledge and energy, to share information, preserve culture, and maintain social bonds. It is the original connective tissue between land, body, and memory. And in this framing, I have experienced Wolof and Pular as kinds of architecture, structures spoken into existence that hold relationships, encode geography, and preserve peaceful time. So I arrive here also in an Atlantic context. I'm often thinking about collapsed time and fragmented language and forgotten geographies. The immediate aftermath of the Middle Passage, the moment when newly landed enslaved Africans, displaced from their homelands, sent out sonic shockwaves in attempts to communicate. I think of slaves as protagonists, and I root for their characters in history. These Africans instinctively called out, testing the air, the earth, the water, the sound waves. Speakers of the same languages tried to find each other. They used fragments of their languages, gestures, rhythms, whatever was left, to try to restore dialogue. And then, eventually, in their new lives, in their new worlds, they established new language to form new kinship, new recipes, new songs. I love this. It is the human instinct, the will to communicate across unforeseen time and space, that grounds my curiosity about AI. How are African AI language models being developed? Are they trained on the land in the context of West African landscapes and geographies? Will they absorb the textures of villages, markets, rivers, the sonic layers of the environment? Or will they exist in abstraction, built far from the land that holds the languages they aim to model? Who trains the models? To what extent is the French language embedded into these models or into the strategies guiding their development? Who stands and moves in protection of the sanctity, value, and originality of African languages? Languages that function as living spatial systems, so different from Western linguistic structures. And can these even be called language models or something broader, a kind of language landscape, or even a world system where meaning is not confined to syntax, but woven into land, ritual, rhythm, and social relation? How will AI come to understand the village, not as a data set, but as an origin, a site where language, movement, kinship, ecology, and time intersect? These questions are essential to me because how these models are built, where, by whom, and with what logics shapes their capacity to carry the full complexity of African languages. At the core of this inquiry is the potential for AI to enable new forms of dialogue, for African language speakers to use their own devices, their own smartphones, their own computers to communicate directly and without the mediation of French or other colonial languages. I'm drawn to the idea of AI as a kind of connective tissue, something that can create new synapses between African language speakers. And I'm also thinking beyond text and speech. African languages are deeply multimodal. They live in sound, in gesture, in facial expression, in dance. They are not just spoken, they are embodied. So I ask, can AI be developed in ways that actually holds this complexity? Can it carry not just the written and spoken word, but also the movement, the rhythm, the spatial logic embedded in African languages? AI presents an opportunity to trace, amplify, and create new pathways for communication that honor the full depth and dimensionality of African expression. How can AI in the hands of African language speakers create more meaningful connections between peoples, places, and traditions? And can AI grasp at the full landscape, the village, the market, the drumbeat, the body in motion, and from there facilitate deeper, more authentic forms of original connection? So now I'm going to move into a landing, and I assume that everyone here understands what I mean when I say landing. This is just a moment to remember where your feet are touching the ground and acknowledge the land that you are on. And so I'll do that for you now, here from Baltimore, an Atlantic port city on the east coast of the United States, land of the Piscataway tribe. Like many cities in West Africa, Baltimore rarely receives a rich or nuanced treatment in the cultural imagination, whether within the US or the broader international community. It is often reduced to a narrow narrative of crime, blight, and violence. Language that obscures its complexity and makes it difficult to see Baltimore as it truly is. An environment, a hub of international trade, a port city, and a living economy. I consider myself a student of scholars Saidiya Hartman, Fred Moten, Denise Ferreira da Silva, Catherine McKittrick, Stefano Harney, and Sylvia Wynter. Wynter's work in particular suggests that it is imagination and the ability to curate and author media that holds the key to any reality where African languages and their knowledge systems might regain broad societal authority. Following her guidance, I have spent the last 3 years in an intensive practice of Black American and African diasporic media consumption. It is through film, podcasts, cultural archives, music, and social media where African languages are spoken that I have been exposed to the most meaningful imagery of human life, imagery that I was not exposed to in my education. My former peers, for example, do not know of Africa as it is today. Through African media, I've been able to imagine myself and diasporic life within a context of protagonism, not thinking of Europe, but thinking of the diasporic world, of the Earth's oceans, especially the Atlantic, and of Black America and the Caribbean as being misconnected nodes of the African world. In any case, the approach to media that offers a visual language of Black African diasporic life, I have found, is deeply protective of personhood and facilitatory of creativity, productivity, thriving, and well-being. Baltimore is a working-class urban center, layered with enclaves of both poverty and wealth, just like any major African city. It is a place of multiple histories and geographies, many of which have been strategically written out of mainstream knowledge. But beneath the surface narrative lies a complex economic story, one of labor, trade, and community resilience. I ground us here to highlight a deeper point. The way a place is spoken about directly impacts its economic reality. The language you use to describe your land, the words, images, and stories you choose, shapes not only perception, but value. It influences opportunity and the currency of attention. The counter narrative is not just a cultural act, it's an economic one too. It's a way of reclaiming the means of defining worth. When you find bold ways to communicate your language, when you choose words that reflect the true depth and vibrancy of your land, you unlock its value on your own terms. In a global economy shaped by stories and data, I find that language is currency. And the act of telling your story on your own terms can count as an original form, or at least an attempt of participation in the narrative of global economy. Which countries, which cities, which lands, which languages count? All right, so now I want to try to gauge, I see there are 38 folks on right now. I just want to do 2 quick activities that involve typing into the chat. The first activity is a word stream, and a word stream is an improv exercise, conscious stream of thought. I'm going to start with a word, and then I would really love and appreciate if everyone could just enter 1 word that comes to mind immediately for them, or wait until you see other words to enter your word in. And I would like to do 3 of these streams. If everyone participates and I'm able to get a good selection of words, then I'll be able to come back to this at the end of the presentation. And I would love to be able to put these words into some kind of atlas, develop a creative resource around it, and share it out after the presentation. So the first word is spoon. And I'm going to give two minutes for everyone to enter their words. Did I send this in a direct message? Well, I'm writing spoon into the chat. So when you think about the parole, the words that I just spoke, and when you think about the conference in African language, and then you get the word spoon, what comes to mind for you all? Food. Thank you, Rachel. Food. Thank you, conference. Okay, cutlery, beer. Rice. Kitchen. Soup. Cooking. Okay. Let's do another one, and thank you to, oh, okay. Dishes. Stew and soup. I like dishes because it carries 2 meanings. And kitchen, for me, is incredibly important, thinking about a space of kinship and energy. So I'm going to throw in another word, which is sun. Weather. Nature. Heat. Heat. Climate. Yes. Brightness. Yes. Daylight burning. Yes. Beach. Yes. Beauty. Summer. All right, that was a good one. And so, oh, season, yes. Dry season, yes. So I'm going to start the last stream. If you think of others from Spoon or Sun, please feel free. This stream is a series of 3 words: key, door, harbor. Flower, I think from the last stream, which is great. House. Shelter, building. Office. Furniture. Home, house. Nature and beaches. Mansion, car. Modern building. Okay. So I really, really, really appreciate this. Le feu, the fire. Indoor, room. So this is wonderful, and I hope that it got everyone's minds turning and established a sort of sense of shared space and time and theme. And I see so much of a story in these streams. And somehow Spoon, Sun, Key, Harbor, they all fit together and bring us to energy. I want to do one more collab, which is a Media World Systems text input. So I want to give everyone 2 minutes to please enter in a list of links or titles, the best descriptions that you can offer of the African or African language or African diasporic or Black media that comes to mind when you think of visual imagery, spoken word that has, I want to say, changed your life. So podcast episodes, songs. I saw someone was entering songs earlier before I started my presentation. If everyone could enter in at least 3, that would be wonderful. And then again, at the end of the presentation after the conference, I'll be able to put together a little atlas to share out, and it would help paint a picture of what people who are thinking about and speaking African languages and thinking about their direct importance, what media we're watching. And this can be books and scholars and academia also. So I'm going to give everyone 2 minutes, and please try to send in at least 3 links. And this can be from social media. It can be a TikTok. It can be an article link. It can be a PDF. Could be a quote from a friend. Books preferred, of course. Essays. And I think both of these activities are about trying to sort of grasp at the context of the discourse that happens in the back of the head or, offline. So it's 9:22, and I'm going to wait until 9:24. 9:22 East Coast time. And please do comment in the chat if my instructions were not clear. Okay, so my hope and my desire is for everyone to send into the chat 3 links of their top African language media pieces. The media, so video, film, television episode, podcast, song, book, article link. When you think of African language media that has changed your life or that has, never left your memory, what is the top level African media, the top 3 links or names and titles of the media pieces? So it's 24. I'm going to give it 2 more minutes, and then if this doesn't work for whatever reason, that's okay. But I would love to be able to see the discourse. Thank you to the conference. Dangers of a single story. All right, so to the conference, I'm asking, are you able to share the slides for me? If not, I'm gonna have to update my settings, quit and come back into the Zoom. All right, I will be right back. Please excuse me. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. All right. Okay. So now for my more formal remarks. The iconic implications of Wolof and Pular AI innovation, and thank you everyone for the collaboration. So all right, so the recently announced Orange and OpenAI initiative, this was announced a year ago now, last winter, to develop Wolof and Pular language models, represents a historic milestone, introducing these underrepresented languages to the digital economy and addressing their absence on the internet to shape the future of digital trade, economic innovation, and climate storytelling. And I want to offer a general insight on the energy sector before moving ahead, because its relation to the emergence of AI is key to understanding the implications of the development of African language AI models. So the convergence of AI, energy, and finance is fundamentally reshaping how power is produced, consumed, and valued. And the energy supply required for AI-driven technologies, including language models, especially language models, is at the heart of this transformation. As AI native companies shift from being mere consumers of energy to active architects of the energy system, they increasingly dictate where energy infrastructure is built and how it operates. The energy demands of large-scale language models, which already require vast amounts of electricity, are projected to grow exponentially, further intensifying the realignment of the market. So these companies are not only consuming energy, but shaping markets by controlling power flow, infrastructure, and pricing mechanisms. And this is a sort of new phenomenon that is playing out, as we continue to move forward into the intelligent age. This shift, driven by the rise of algorithmically priced energy, signals that the energy used to power AI models is no longer just a commodity. It is now a financial asset influenced by AI's consumption patterns. The energy supply required for the development and maintenance of language models will only increase as their usage becomes more widespread across industries. The financialization of AI-driven energy consumption will ultimately create a market where energy pricing is dynamically adjusted based on real-time AI usage, making traditional energy models obsolete. As legacy companies adapt to this new reality, those who move quickly to integrate AI with energy innovation will be positioned at the center of this economic transformation. And we're seeing that take place. I'm thinking about the deal between Google and AES, and just thinking about the kilowatt of thinking about the quantity, just thinking about the size of the demand, sort of all of a sudden, for energy to maintain the language models for a small circle of companies is sort of changing their it's clear the transformation that's taking place based on the amount of wealth that's being generated for some companies like AES overnight. I'm going to run through. Oh, excuse me. So again, the next decade is going to be will be shaped by those who understand that energy infrastructure must evolve to support the data-driven, flexible, and decentralized systems that AI requires. And my concern here for the conference is the value of African languages and the question of who benefits from their integration into the AI world system. I'm going to run through a general forecast of opportunities for innovations, considering the development of the Wolof and Pular language models. So economic opportunities, workforce development, sustainability, and thinking specifically about Senegal and the Gambia. The development of Wolof and Pular AI models is an economic game changer for Senegal, offering unprecedented access to digital tools, particularly in sectors like clean energy, but also tourism and digital entrepreneurship. Wolof and Pular are not just local languages, they are vital bridges that foster and have the capacity to foster regional collaboration that is unprecedented, linking Senegal and the Gambia and broader West African digital and trade networks in new ways. This development also provides a critical opportunity and incentive to create more comprehensive community-led cultural lexicon for these languages to enhance AI model training by companies like Orange and OpenAI. Community-led lexicons ensure the integration of local vocabulary and linguistic structures that are essential for breaking down barriers to digital participation, particularly for underserved communities. Language models will also empower entrepreneurs to scale businesses by opening access to global markets, thereby increasing economic inclusion through AI-driven platforms. The ability to engage in digital entrepreneurship, especially through online tourism marketing, directly connects local businesses with international audiences, and might position Senegal as a digital hub for cross-border collaboration in the tourism sector. This approach and these opportunities align with Senegal's plan for an emerging Senegal, if anyone is familiar, which aims to leverage digital technologies to drive economic transformation and sustainable growth. And then the Digital Senegal 2025 plan aims to contribute 10% of GDP to the digital economy, and this initiative could serve as a catalyst for achieving that goal, the development of language models. So this is a photo of my family friend's home on the island of Gorée, and it is a very unique household. On Gorée, I see firsthand how Wolof and Pulaar work within Senegalese family systems and kinship structures, where dynamic intergenerational conversations unfold. In a single household like this one, you might hear Pulaar spoken by one family member, Wolof by another, and a bilingual speaker bridging and fluidly moving between both, depending on who's in the room. This dynamic underlines the importance of linguistic flexibility, the ability of Wolof and Pulaar to adapt to multiple communicative needs across generational, cultural, and geographic lines. So the creation of AI language models that incorporate these languages would facilitate more inclusive digital communication and real-time translation tools that can impact the kinship structure. Such tools will not only bridge intergenerational divides, but also enable local communities like the community on the island of Gorée to participate newly in the global digital ecosystem. The integration of these tools could be transformative for families, fostering intergenerational communication and promoting cultural preservation and social cohesion, again, while offering a platform for economic inclusion in new sectors. Okay. Senegal is a global leader in solar, yet many rural communities in Senegal remain disconnected from clean energy solutions due to language barriers. The integration of Wolof and Pulaar into AI-driven clean energy communication tools will empower local communities to engage with sustainable energy policies and technologies. By making information about solar energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable practices accessible in Wolof and Pulaar, the AI models will enhance the participation of marginalized communities in Senegal's energy transition. This not only drives innovation, but also attracts investment in the renewable energy sector, as businesses can now engage directly with local populations. Wolof and Pulaar will help translate the technical language of clean energy into accessible formats, encouraging grassroots participation, and again, supporting Senegal's renewable energy goals. Senegalese communities, Okay, so local communities in Senegal will have the capacity to co-produce narratives that blend traditional knowledge with modern clean energy solutions. These digital media tools can enhance the digital literacy of local youth, enabling them to participate in the global climate conversation again in new ways. By sharing stories in Wolof and Pulaar, Senegal can shape policy and investment decisions, ensuring that the voices of local communities are heard and amplified globally. So one note here, leveraging Wolof and Pulaar and AI models can catalyze cross-border digital collaboration, of course, and again, particularly in the Senegambia region, better connecting regional markets to foster economic growth across West Africa. I want to go back up because I skipped some information here. Yes, on the youth unemployment rate and the digital divide. So the digital divide remains one of Senegal's most significant challenges, particularly in rural areas where Wolof and Pulaar spoken, digital resources are scarce. The introduction of AI models in these languages. To the conference I ask, am I off at 9:45? I think I was thinking about 10 o'clock. The introduction of AI models in these languages will transform digital access, bringing previously excluded communities into the fold. AI will improve access to critical information and enable deeper engagement with digital tools. And then on youth unemployment, these models will help bridge the digital skills gap by offering localized training for youth, especially in AI-driven entrepreneurship and digital literacy. With over 45% of Senegal's population under the age of 25, creating opportunities for youth employment is essential to long-term economic sustainability. So I do think I'm off at 45, which means I have 5 minutes. And I wanted to offer a note on lorem ipsum.
Yeah, you have about 18 minutes, including Q&A.
Okay, well, so I'll go on to lorem ipsum, and then if I have time, I'll go back to fill out more about energy, but I want to make sure that I get to the Latin. So I think this is back to the broader theme of African language, and certainly to technology. So on the Latin language as the linguistic architecture of the internet. Latin exists not simply as a relic of antiquity, but as the very scaffolding of our digital age. It is the silent architect of the internet, woven into the syntax of coding languages and the structuring principles of data systems. Latin is not neutral, it holds place. It is a linguistic artifact that shapes the very fabric of the internet, embedding Western epistemologies into the foundations of artificial intelligence, blockchain systems, and the entire architecture of the digital world. Latin has a force that is very active. It is a language that continues to shape our present, slightly guiding the architecture of, silently, not slightly, silently guiding the architecture of the intelligent age. So consider lorem ipsum, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with. So often described as meaningless filler text, yet it is a marker of presence. It holds space. It has prerogative. It is not an empty placeholder, but a symbol of how certain languages, certain histories are granted inherent belonging with the technological structures we now depend on. And in its shadow, there is absence, an absence of African language, of Wolof, of Pulaar, of the intricate living systems that these languages carry. Wolof and Pulaar do not occupy place within the architecture of the internet, not nearly enough, more and more, increasingly so, but not nearly enough. They do not live in code, they do not live in the metadata or the algorithms that shape our digital realities. Unlike English, the Romance languages, and the Latin that underpins them, Wolof and Pulaar remain structurally exiled to some degree from the digital frameworks that govern not just communication, but commerce, governance, and knowledge itself. This absence is not accidental, it is systemic. And it begs the question, what are the African words that should go here? What is the African holding of place that should be embedded here within the architecture of the internet? What does that space sound like in Wolof and Pular? And in these questions, thinking about what words should be here instead of the Latin, I'm thinking about the word streams that we went through and wondering how to say sun in all of the African languages that are represented on the call, how to say weather, how to say kitchen, how to say spoon. And how might artificial intelligence become a tool not of erasure, but of restoration, amplification, and respect? AI holds potential. It can model the linguistic richness of Wolof and Pular, create language frameworks that honor their oral traditions, their social bonds, their ecological knowledge. But the danger lies in extraction, the wealth of meaning, the wealth of cultural intention, and the living systems encoded in Wolof and Pular risk being siphoned into digital frameworks that commodify without giving back. Western notions of language, codified, contracted, instrumentalized, differ profoundly from African linguistic traditions, where language is fabric, materiality, energy, breath, where language is kinship, survival, trade, exchange, and the current of social life. In the integration of Wolof and Pular into AI frameworks, how do we honor these forms, the African forms? How do we ensure that the development of AI language models directly benefits Wolof and Pular speakers? The opportunity before us to ask how the digital world might be reshaped when rooted in African linguistic traditions. The question is not just where Wolof and Pular are absent, but when and how. And what would it mean for Wolof and Pular to truly take place? So I want to return to Lorem Ipsum. It's not random. It's often described as dummy text and sometimes often distorted from its origin, but it has an origin. Cicero's De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum, a philosophical treatise written in 45 BCE. This matters because it reveals again that Latin is alive within the DNA of our digital systems. It is coded into the architecture of the internet, whispering through every placeholder, every data field, every algorithm. So to the best of my ability, drawing on the fragments of Latin that I remember from 2 years of study in grade school, I am going to read aloud an excerpt from the source text. And as I do, I invite you all to listen, not simply with the ear, not simply with your ear as a scholar, but through the ear of your language, listen with the heart of your language, and consider your instinctive response to hearing Lorem Ipsum. Notice what it evokes, what it silences, what it assumes, because in this act of listening, we confront the deeper architecture of the systems we live within and the spaces where languages like Wolof and Pular have been denied place. And I want you to be able to follow along. Let me stop sharing for 1 second. I'm reading from Wikipedia. It will do. And the 2 paragraphs start with the number 32. Okay. Sed ut perspiciatis, unde omnes, este natus error sit voluptatem accusantium doloremque laudantium, totam rem aperiam, iaquae ipsa, quae ab illo inventore veritatis, et quasi architecto beatae vitae dicta sunt, explicabo. Nemo enum ipsam voluptatem, quio voluptas sit, aspernator aut audit aut fugit, sed quia consequuntur magni dolores eos, qui ratione voluptatem sequi nesciunt. Neque puro quiscam est, qui dolorem ipsum, quia dolor sit amet, consectator, adipisking welet. Sed kia non numquam, do eos modi tempora incidirunt, ut labore et dolore magnam aliacam caerat voluptatem. Ut enum ad minima veniam, quis nostrum exercitationum, ulam corporis suscipit laboriosam. Nisi ut alicid ex eo commodi consecatur? Quis autem vel eum, iure, reprehenderet, qui in ea voluptate velit esse, quam nihil molestiae consecatur, vel illum, qui dolorum eum fugiat, quo voluptas nulla pariatur? Ad vero eos et accusamus et iusto odio dignissimus ducimus, qui blandites praesentium voluptatem deleniti atque corrupti, quos doloros et quas molestias excepturi sint. Optae cati cupiditate non provident, similique sunt in culpa, qui officia deserunt molitia animi, id est laborum et dolorum fuga. Et harum quidem verudum facilis est, et expedita distinctio. Nam libero tempore, cum soluta nobis est eligendi optio, cumque nihil impedit, quo minus id, quod maxime placiat facere possimus. Omnis voluptas assumenda est, omnis dolor repellendus. Temporibus autem quis bustam, et aut officis debetis aut rerum necessitatibus saepe eveniet, ut et voluptates repudiandae sint, et molestiae non recusandae. Itaque iarum rerum hic tenetur a sapiente delectus, ut aut requiendis voluptatibus maiores, alias consecator aut preferendis doloribus asperiores repellat. So Nangadev Yanichidam Nakaligebi, that was the best reading of Lorem Ipsum that I could do. And I would say for myself, I think my prompt to you all was to really listen with the ear of your language and see what it would evoke. And I would say that that speaking Wolof, for example, it definitely is, I think, a more joyful experience. And I am happy to have been able to spoke in the Wolof greeting just after reading. And I, of course, think that the study of the classics is so important, and that Latin is so important. But I am so deeply curious about, what an African version of Lorem Ipsum could look like, and where and how African languages can be integrated into the architecture and the back end of the internet and of the AI world system and of the digital world systems and of blockchain technologies. And I think I would also just say that I want to know, of the 3,000 African languages that there are, what are the 20 words that we ought to all share in common? For me, one of the words is sun. For me, when I think about, what a common lexicon could look like, I think from the Atlantic perspective, and I think about, the immediate aftermath of the Middle Passage. So, what's the universal, the universally understood, or how can I learn how to say grandmother in the 3,000 languages? How can I learn how to say sun? How can I learn how to say water? How can I learn how to say spicy pepper? How can I learn how to say north, south, east, west, or whatever are the terms of, orientation? And I know that not all of the African languages, use north, south, east, west. So I think I I will end there, and if there are any questions, drop them into the chat. And if not, thank you so much for having me speak here.
Thank you very much, Jackson. That was very engaging session. Thank you so much. This is time for Q&A. If you have any question for her, kindly drop it in the chat. You can use the Q&A tab, or you could raise your hand if you'd like to speak. We have just a few minutes for that. Any questions? Okay, Alassane Abdullahi. Yes, you can ask your question, please. You can speak.
Okay, thank you everyone. My name is Dr. Alassane Abdullahi Jah. I'm an assistant professor of English at the Digital University of Senegal and the chair of the Department of English. So I'm talking to you from Senegal. And I congratulate Jan for interesting presentation. I'm a native Pulaar speaker and I speak Wolof too. So it's very interesting. I congratulate you on the great job. So my question is, could you say the main challenges? I know you mentioned them, but the biggest challenges you face in doing this research. And you mentioned the digital divide in Senegal. Yes, that's the situation. As myself, as a chair of Department of English in an online university, we face sometimes issues with students who are from remote areas, mostly in the rural area where I was born. So did you find any challenge of those people using AI in terms of technological assistance? What else do they need more? And what Senegal should do best to really profit from your expertise, your research, to really get more languages involved in this, rather than Pulaar and Wolof that are the most spoken languages in Senegal, because we have the principle of national language policy. More than 20 languages have been codified. In Senegal, what we call a national language is any language that has been codified. We still have languages that have not been codified, so they cannot be added to the list of national languages. So with the event of digital transformation, digital era, what could they do more to bring more languages to use AI and get them codified? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. When it comes to the greatest challenge, I want to say that it is environmental. So the context in which the conversations are happening, the context in which AI interfaces are being introduced to the Senegalese for the first time. I think my biggest concern is figuring out how to make more of these conversations and more of the educational opportunities happen outdoors on the land. And I think that figuring out how to merge sort of digital and physical spaces, how to make it so that technology is being used, is being introduced, in the context of the daily lives of the Senegalese, which for the most part are happening outside, under the sun, nearby to water. I think that that's really important. And a lot of the times, I think especially for corporations like Orange and OpenAI, when, for example, they consider how to put together a successful focus group, they're thinking about, a workshop that will happen indoors, in a room without natural light. And I think thinking about the way that Wolof, again, is an embodied practice, the way that it rolls off of the tongue, the way that it's exchanged between family members, it just the true essence of the language gets lost, indoors. So I think figuring out how to embed technology in more, Senegalese context, like how to have, workshops with, with smartphones, while there's Chabujan outside in the courtyard. And then I know you mentioned the other, the 20 national languages. I think that starting with Wolof and Pulaar, I would just add Serer. I think starting with those three is a good idea. And I think that I would say starting with the speakers of those three languages and then figuring out how to sort of generate some sort of traveling exchange program, and starting with a really small group of, of students, of professionals, of entrepreneurs who are being trained, and gaining, the freshest portable skills in AI, teaching them to deploy those skills for themselves, but also to be, to be teachers to the rest of the Senegalese. So I think that's the best answer that I can give in the time that's left. And thank you, so much for your question. And I wish that I was in Senegal right now.
Thanks very much, Jackson. And thank you for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, our time is fast spent. At this time, I would like to invite on our next speaker, who would be speaking on ensuring the digital inclusion of newly invented African writing systems and scripts. Our presenter for this session is Tim Brooks, who is the founder of the Endangered Alphabets Project. This session will form visual representation of African protagonists to the emergence of leaders driving sustainability. Oh, sorry. The wrong bio. Okay, I would like to invite Tim. Are you there? Oh, sorry. You can unmute yourself.
I am unmuted.
Oh, great. All right, the floor is yours.
Can you make me a co-host so I can share my screen? I can't tell whether we are actually active. Everything seems to be frozen. I'm still getting nothing from your end. Okay, the connection. Okay, I'm getting a message from Daniel that you can see the screen and you can hear and nothing is frozen. Okay. In that case, can I get the go ahead to start? This is strange. I'm getting no feedback at all. All right. I'm going to assume that that I can in fact start and everything is working. Yes. All right, good. In that case, I'm going to share my screen. Before I share my screen, I just wanted to let you see a human being. I hate PowerPoints. I would far rather be with you and talking to you all in person. Anyhow, but I have some things to show you and to explain, so I'm going to go ahead and share screen and we will take it from there. Okay. So some of you already know me and the work that I'm doing. Some of you don't. So as an introduction, let me say that starting about 16 years ago, I began carving and researching minority scripts from around the world. And at the very beginning of all of this, I called them endangered alphabets. And quite soon I realized that this was actually this was not accurate. It's a two-word phrase, and both of the phrases are not accurate. Many of them, of course, were not alphabets, but many of the scripts that I was encountering were not traditional scripts that had been used for centuries and were now under pressure or threatened for various reasons, usually political and economic, but actually were what we might call emerging scripts, ones that had been created often by an individual, often a very young individual, for their community and for their community's language. And it occurred to me that in many respects, these scripts were like baby birds. They face so many threats and obstacles that until they're out there flying around and catching insects, they might as well be considered endangered. And so this became a particular interest of mine when I discovered that most of the academic community in particular, but also the state and governmental community were really not interested in emerging scripts, and in many cases were flat out opposing them. Many of you, I'm sure, have seen the white paper I wrote that's with assistance from many other people. It's been circulated. In there, I say we know of at least 4 people who've been killed for creating a script for their people. I want to talk about an idea that I've had that addresses this issue, at least in theory. And as you'll see, I call it a thought experiment, a suggestion, a fishing trip. And I call it a fishing trip because every time I give a talk of any kind, I'm well aware that there are many people in the audience who know more than I do, at least about certain specific subjects. And so I look forward to hearing from them telling me that I've pronounced somebody's name wrong or I've got some information wrong. So this is as much for my education as it is to suggest an idea to you. All right, so this is a list of African scripts that have been created by an individual or sometimes a very small group of people. There's 64 of them here. We know of at least 200 scripts worldwide that have been created by someone for their community in the last 150 years. I'm not going to, in case you want this list, I'm not going to give it to you. And the reason is that the one thing I know about this list is that it is not accurate. I know of at least 2 scripts that were lost before they were ever found. I know of people who are working on scripts for their community right now. So this is really just intended as a sign of what a fertile area Africa, especially West Africa, but Africa in general, is and has been for people who want to create a script for their language, their community. In many cases, in response to the fact that a colonial script has been used, in many cases also in the hope that this script can be usable for all African languages as a kind of continental revival and a way to move beyond the colonial history of the continent. So it's a rich area. It's an area where there's tremendous interest. But in fact, many of these scripts have never been used beyond their creator and a small number of students or friends. And in the academic community, this has been regarded as a sign that they can be ignored, that they were clearly, that they couldn't stand on their own 2 feet. And I regard it in exactly the opposite way, which is that this is evidence of how many different forces work against a newly created or emerging writing system. And with that in mind, I find myself asking, how can I help? And the New Script Incubator was an idea that was suggested by a friend of mine 3 or 4 years ago, and I've been thinking about it ever since. And really what it does is to try and think about all of the people I've interviewed or I've met or I've known who have created scripts, many of them in Africa, for their community, and the difficulties and challenges they've faced along the way. This is also in response to the fact that I get contacted somewhere between 1 and 4 times a month by people saying, I've created a script, can you help me digitize it? As if it were that simple. And I stress that I do not have digital skills. My skills are in like carving wood and in asking questions and bringing people together. So typically I try and pass these people along to others who can help. But at the moment, it's extremely fragmented. And script creators are very isolated and have difficulty even understanding what challenges they need to face, let alone how to face those challenges. So this is going to be a sequence of slides talking about what are those challenges and how could they be helped by people who may well not be from that community, but have the skills or experience that might help the viability of this new script. So, as I've mentioned, people already contact me and they say, you know, help me, I want to do this. And invariably, they're people I admire. They're people who have energy, who have skill, who have commitment, who love their language and their community. And the fact is that even if all of them knew I exist and they all contact me, I'm not the person who can help them with most of what they need. And so the question is, what is this script incubator? Who constitutes this thing? And how do people know that it exists, and how do people reach that out, do that outreach? And I'm going to come back to that right at the very end, because in many respects, that's the most difficult question of all. Here we go, next slide. So one of the things that is already happening in Africa and elsewhere in the world is that professional linguists are moving in to give technical advice on this newly created script. And it may be, there's some of this stuff in the white paper, which you can see. This is not to say that someone comes in and says, you're doing it wrong. In fact, invariably, these are people, who want to help and who know how to study the way a language works and the way that a script will need to work in order to represent that language completely and fully and richly, in a way that there may, for example, be a colonial era script already in use that might not actually represent that language accurately. So that would be stage one. We already, and in some respects, this is one of the easier steps that we can consider, because there are already people who are trained linguists who are interested in doing this. Make no mistake, this process of consulting and making sure that the script adequately represents the needs of the language is a multi-year process in itself. And it must not involve the consultant, whoever this person is, telling the community, this is what you must do, or telling the creator, you're wrong about this. Everything here has to come from the creator and the community, but it's certainly going to be useful to have somebody who understands that whole process of the relationship between languages and scripts. The next step is something that is not in the white paper, or is not in the white paper adequately. And so I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about this. So one of the commonest questions that I get from people who've created a script is, I want help digitizing it. And I'm aware that many of the people who are in this audience or who have read and commented on my white paper are in the digital tools business, which I'm not in. They understand that much better than I do. But what I want to do is to stress that, and I was really impressed with Zan Jackson Garrett and what she said about Wolof and Pula. And she said that speaking Wolof is an embodied practice, and she talked about language in an African context being also something to do with kinship and the fabric of the community in a way that digital tools may not fully recognize. For example, so this is the Berea script for the Zaghawa language of Western Sudan and Chad. And I was contacted by Al-Sadiq Sadiq, who was in the process of trying to crowdfund money to raise the funds to get this script digitized. Very 21st century activity. And so I did this carving and said, I'll put this up for auction, and whatever money we raise, I'll give over to you to help with your process. So this is just to show that I am not in any sense against digitizing scripts, especially as in the case of the Zaghawa people, who are not an Arabic people. They, until that point, needed, if they wanted to text somebody or communicate digitally, had to go through Arabic to do so. So the idea that they could actually text each other or use their devices in the Berea script for their own language without going through Arabic is a revolutionary and radical idea. And it's one of the promises of the digital future. But having said that, I also want to point out that there are a number of scripts, not only in Africa, but all over the world, that are in fact sacred scripts, and for which the actual writing of the script by hand is an act of devotion. And under those circumstances, the idea of saying we can digitize that script is one that needs a lot of thought. The digital community is very well aware of the fact that there are many, many advantages to having a script that can be used on your devices. They may be less aware that the act of writing by hand is an act that may have cultural and spiritual meaning that we in the West are simply not used to. Our script use has become so secularized and so routine that other languages and scripts that have this highly significant and rich community meaning may be very difficult to convert into digital terms, or they may, in fact, perhaps not be convertible with the full range of meaning. And again, I was very struck by Zahn Jackson Garrett, who is very well aware of the richness of meaning that a language can have for its community, and the fact that many of those meanings may be somewhat lost in the West and may be things that we don't consider. So this issue of understanding the relationship between the way the script is used in the community and how it may or may not be a digitizable writing system is obviously something that needs to be considered a great deal at the beginning of this process. So the next issue that happens is that as soon as you have a new script, you have a digraphia situation where there are going to be many people who are using a traditional script or colonial script, and very few people who are using this new script. And the fact is, there is very little research that shows, is that a stable situation? Will one of those scripts invariably or almost invariably crush the other one? How does a new script gain a community within a larger script? And obviously, Vi and Nko and Adlam have managed to find a community within their various countries. Other scripts haven't, and there is much more of a struggle. And some of that is in the white paper as well. The other thing that this raises is a big question that, again, we didn't get into the white paper enough, which is, how does the government feel about this? So the fact is, we know of a number of scripts in Africa and elsewhere where a regional or tribal community started developing their own writing system or script, and the regional or national government was not happy about it at all. And there was harassment, there were arrests, there were even assassinations. And certainly we can think of, for example, King Ibrahim Njoya, who was driven into exile where he died, and also Sheikh Bahri Sapalo, who created the Oromo script, who was likewise forced to keep it secret and then driven into exile. So this is an issue that is especially difficult, and maybe the most difficult issue of all, because if we're talking about the incubator as a loose association of experts who can be called in to consult on the promotion and development of a new local writing system, those people are going to be outsiders. And I've actually been on the fringes of a conversation which included people from the government of a West African country who saw this as outside political influence and intruders, and their presence actually made the situation worse. So this is a large and thorny question, and it's something that we have barely begun to understand how to help the people who are developing new scripts, given that there will therefore be at least two scripts that are potentially in conflict at that point. Creating content. So this is something you may recognize both of these scripts, and the fact is that when a new script is created, you have to give people a reason to use it. And On the left, you'll see one of the early books handwritten by the Barry brothers when they were creating Adlam, which is a huge amount of work. And on the right, this is Garai for, again, the Wolof language. Part of the process of creating a script is not just creating the symbols and having them work, it's giving people a reason to use it and an opportunity to use it and rehearse it. And so writing and reading helps to embed the script within its user community, but somebody's got to create all that stuff. And again, there's very little research that says, what are the best things to create? What are the most valuable and useful things that you can do? Should you do them in paper? Should you try and do them digitally? Does it depend on the circumstance and the quality of the digital signal, or even the availability of electricity? Absolutely. So one of the other things that the script incubator, would hope would do, would be to bring that conversation and to help the script creators start to think about, how are we going to start seeding the seeds of this new script in their community. The person who creates the script is not necessarily the best person to promote it and to broadcast it and to bring it to life and to bring it into its community. As I say, most script creators are remarkably young, and as such, they may not have much status in their community. They may not have social skills, etc. I don't have a good African example to show you here, but this is Herman Mongrain Lookout, who created the Osage script for the Osage Native American people in Oklahoma in the US. And one of the things, I've interviewed him a couple of times, and one of the things that he said when he started creating the Osage script around the year 2000, it's still in development, by the way. This is not a rapid business. He said that at the very beginning, the tribal council recognized the value of having their own script. And without that support, he couldn't have done it. And so when members of the Osage community said, oh, why bother? Why do we have to learn another script? We could, Osage is a dying language. We don't need a new script. The tribal council said, no, this is something that is going to be good for the Osage people and our sense of who we are and our cultural revival. And that's what happened. So Osage is now not only a language with a script, but it's a language around that script. The language itself is also being reborn and built back up again. And so that whole relationship between the script, the creator, its advocates within the community, it's a very important issue. And again, it's the kind of thing that I would like to think we can help with, but there is so little research done on it that we'd essentially be learning together. So the next one is teaching. So the one thing you can guarantee is that when you create a new script, you don't have teachers. You've got one teacher maybe. And so even in a traditional script that's being revived, like Cherokee, for example, there's a shortage of teachers. Or the Tifinagh script in Morocco, the government, bless them, has actually finally thrown resources behind the development and the teaching of the Tifinagh script, but they don't have enough teachers. And ironically, this means that in the rural areas, in the villages where people speak Amazigh, or the Amazigh family of languages, they don't have teachers who can read and write the script, who can teach it. So finding the teachers, teaching the teachers how to teach well, especially in areas where Most of the teaching has been done by rote learning and memorization, which isn't necessarily the best way. This is another whole step that needs to be considered, and it's a way in which I hope the incubator could be able to bring people in to say, all right, let's talk about how you're going to teach this new script of yours. I wanted to have photos of a whole bunch of script creators from the continent of Africa, but I didn't have enough, and I hadn't asked their permission, even though I've spoken to many of them. So this is, in fact, somebody visiting King Ibrahim Joya. So yes, I've actually talked to a number of script creators already, and I've said, you know what you had to go through in order to get your script adopted and viable. Would you be willing to consult with other people who are going through that process, knowing that it's going to be different in every community? And without exception, they all said yes. So one of the other things that I would hope the incubator is going to do is to enlist the services of a number of script creators who are willing to give of their time and knowledge and experience. Now, obviously, I would hope they would be paid for that. We'll come on to that later. Quite a lot of interest in the issue of design. So this, by design, I really mean things like UI, UX design. How are we going to use the most interesting digital tools that make the learning and using and dissemination of this script as active and interesting as possible? And what I have here as a link is this great teaching video that was put together by the Agumon Sinapan Sing Sing organization in the Philippines. And it's a wonderful little teaching video. I recommend it to all of you. It won an award at the most recent World Endangered Writing Day back in January. So that's another thing to consider, is that I actually know UI, UX people who would love to be involved in bringing their skills into communities where they can be of value and use as a script is being developed and sort of embedded or putting down roots in the community. Digital, in the meantime, there's a lot of material about this in the white paper. It's not an area of expertise of mine, which is why I've put a typewriter there, which is an indication of how backward I am in this respect. But essentially, it means in the process of moving a script to acceptance into the Unicode standard is a long process. So what do we do in the meantime? And in many respects, everything I've been talking about up until now is what you do in the meantime. You cannot make a successful digital script unless you've been through all of this, these questions of teaching and community acceptance. All of that is vital. Another thing that's possible is digital tools that are not Unicode based. And those may be ways of getting the script to the point where it can be used for certain valuable products, like, for example, printing a newspaper or printing books, that will help the growth and development of that script and the expansion of its user community. And again, this is something that the people I've been working with are much more knowledgeable than I and are interested in bringing their skills and putting them to the use of those who are creating scripts. So finally, if the script, in fact, does reach the point of being a Unicode proposal and then finally being accepted into the Unicode standard, which, as I say, could easily be a 10-year process. The reason I say 2 cheers is that doesn't necessarily mean that everything is now over. for example, it means that the script now needs to be adapted for use on digital devices. And there's a whole set of challenges and skills involved there. And the good news is there are people who are already doing that and just giving amazing amounts of their own time to work with communities around the world to do this. And I'm giving a big shout out here to Craig Cornelius of Google. But that takes time. And at the moment, it's all fragmented. It's all happening sort of in a disconnected way. And the wheel is being reinvented over and over again. And my hope for the new script incubator is that we would be able to accumulate best practices and sort of the accumulated wisdom of the process of using of doing this work in multiple different communities. And then even then, it turns out that you may have a functioning script, but that doesn't mean you can have it on one of the major downloadable vendor platforms because of digital security issues. And again, there's stuff about this in the white paper that you can look at. And I'm out of my depth on it, but I sort of understand the general principles, which is that as soon as you create any kind of digital tool, it can, if it is then widely usable, unless it is secure, unless it's well designed, it can wreak havoc around it, or it can be actually used as a weapon. So all of these are steps that are involved in this process. So when someone comes to me and says, I've created this new script, please help me get it digitized. These are all of the steps where help would be useful. And I know all too sadly, of script creators in Africa who've created scripts, who've put huge amounts of work into them, and then have literally spent the rest of their lives teaching them with a piece of chalk and a blackboard to a small number of people. And that kind of labor sort of breaks my heart, because for all we know, those scripts could have been extremely valuable additions to those communities. But without help and support, that in many cases, that one person spent their life struggling to do that on their own. So this is the big one, the who and the what. What is the script creator, the script incubator? Who does it consist of? Who funds it? And at the recent conference, we had a lot of discussion about all aspects of the incubator, and this is the one where we made least headway. It's not clear how it would be funded or who would support it, either academically or commercially. And so one of the reasons why I'm giving this talk is to actually spread the word and the idea in the hope that ideas start coming back. As I say, this is the other way in which this is a fishing trip. But I do have a starting point, and this is my starting point. If there is one thing that I have realized after 15 years of doing Endangered Alphabets work, is that most people do not know that this is a problem. Most people don't really take scripts as a serious issue, either new scripts or endangered scripts. Most people actually don't think about writing systems at all. There is a lot of work being done in endangered languages, great work, but writing systems were never put on the world's academic radar in the same way. And what I'm doing right now is I am reaching out all over the world to try and set up a network of what I call script keepers. So in some cases, this may be the person who created an individual script and wants to stand by it and be its promoter. On the other extreme, it may be somebody who is an academic who has recognized the importance of this. It may be a librarian who wants to start building up the holdings of that library in minority scripts. It might be all of my friends in the digital tools world who've started to recognize the importance of the digital divide and are working to do what they can to close that divide. So I'm asking people to contact me through endangeredalphabets.com. There's, as usual, there's a kind of a contact form there. And just say, yeah, I'm interested. What does this involve? And at the moment, it doesn't involve anything other than saying, I exist. Because simply knowing that there are other people around the world, like my friend Samar Sinha in Sikkim in India, who is doing spectacular work with writing systems in the far north of India. But you know, most people don't know that he's doing that, and he'll be a useful person to consult if you're starting to teach that kind of stuff at, say, the University of Geneva. And likewise, my script creator consulting group is absolutely part of the same thing. Knowing that other people are interested in this, are committed to it, that's what makes you a script keeper. And if you're interested, then please contact me through my website. And then finally, what I'm going to say is, if you're interested in knowing more about my work and my thinking and what I do, these are the first two books about the Endangered Alphabets Project. There's a new one I'm working on right now, which is about the importance of handwriting. And these are available through Amazon and also at endangeredalphabets.com. I also should tell you that endangeredalphabets.net is the online atlas of endangered alphabets, and it's worth a look at. And many of you may go there and then say, by the way, there is something wrong there. And send me a correction, which is always well received. I was brought up in Oxford to pretend to know more than I do. And now I'm realizing that the best thing to do is actually to be honest about how little I know so that people can then educate me. So that was a very fast run through the New Script Incubator. Knowing that the white paper is out there as well, which I encourage you to read and respond to. I would also encourage you to absolutely feel free to get in touch with me directly, to ask me questions, to talk about the Script Keepers Initiative, to tell me about your work, to tell me about your publications, to tell me about your community, to tell me about your interests and concerns about your own language, whether it be as a spoken language or in written form, and to talk about how you are anticipating these digital tools and what help you feel your community could use. So now I'm going to take questions. This is me wearing my Ndebe t-shirt. If any of you have other t-shirts with your particular community script on them, let me know and I will happily buy one. So I am going to stop sharing and I am going to take questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tim Brooks, for insightful, thoughtful, provoking session. Yeah, on ensuring the digital inclusion of newly invented African writing systems and scripts. Your work is really, really important in preserving and promoting linguistic diversity in digital age. Yes, and as we reflect on the key points shared, it's clear that integrating this script into modern technology goes beyond accessibility. It's about cultural preservation, identity, and empowerment for future generations. Yeah, so thank you so much. So before we move into Q&A, I would like to extend our apologies because Osone, who was the initial moderator, her internet was not stable. So that's why I have to jump in. We really, really apologize because of that. And we truly appreciate your patience and understanding. Thank you. So now let's open the floor for questions. Feel free to raise your hands. Oh, we can actually use Q&A section, so people can send in their question, then they can get answered. Thank you.
I noticed that Daniel's put a question in the chat, and yes, absolutely, I'd be happy to have you reach out through the website, and I'm glad you have 1,000 questions. I also noticed that Kambai has posted in the chat, yes, I would be glad to have promoters to promote the Akai script. So I apologize to Kambai, who first contacted me a few days ago. I've been so busy working on the presentation for this conference that I haven't had a chance to get back to him properly, and I'd be happy to do so. And he's also expressed interest in becoming a script keeper. So I'm all in favor of all of this.
More questions, please, if you have them. Don't be shy. Somebody raised a hand. Sarah's, you can please talk.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Tim, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation about the work that you've been doing in with script innovation and creation to preserve languages worldwide. In your experience, I know you've worked a lot with a lot of underrepresented or underserved communities. But in your work, have you had any experience working specifically with Creole communities, so people who speak Creole languages? If so, and as you may know, Creole languages are contact languages, and many of them are predominantly spoken still and may lack a script. So have you had a chance to work with Creole communities worldwide? And if so, can you share a little bit about your experience with that? Thank you.
That's a great question. And that is a really interesting illustration of the difference between endangered languages and endangered alphabets. So most of the Creole communities I know either don't have their own writing system, or they use a version of a regional or colonial script. And so I don't tend to get involved in that. It would be really interesting to see if there's a Creole community that actually wants to kind of emphasize and celebrate its own identity by creating their own writing system. And that would absolutely be the kind of situation where I would love to be involved. And I would love to see whether we can get the script incubator involved. But typically, the communities that I'm working with are either ones that were established communities that got overrun by some other neighbor. For example, the Cham community in what is now central Vietnam, very flourishing community for centuries, was overrun by the Vietnamese, who then did everything they could to destroy Cham culture. But the Cham had their own script. So that's a perfect example of an endangered alphabet because some Cham are still using that script 150 years later. You also, on the other extreme, have communities where the script they have been using has been, and this is especially true, say, for example, in West Africa, has been either the Latin script, because the colonial language was English or French, or the Arabic script. And as we know, with the example of Adlam, for example, there you have two young boys, who decide that they want to create a script for their language and their community because Arabic doesn't represent the sounds of their language accurately. And it's not an easy road. As they found out, there were many, many challenges along the way. And in fact, my hope for the Script Incubator is that we can learn from the kinds of challenges and obstacles they faced in developing this to help other communities where you have such as a post-colonial situation and a group that wants to start developing their own community script. So Creole is really a somewhat different situation, and I haven't really been involved in that.
Thank you so much, Tim. I feel like as a Creole language speaker myself, one of the major challenges where the language is spoken is to even get the language to be valued, to get some status.
Right.
That's
Yep.
first struggle.
Yes.
Once we get to the point where, it's been recognized in some spaces, then for it to have, full status in these spaces, in these countries, we need to create a script quickly. And usually because many Creole languages that we know are based on, Romance languages like Portuguese, Spanish, and French,
Right.
and English as well, it's more natural to then, move towards using the Latin alphabet. But there are some variations and
Yep.
definitely some simplifications of the script that is used, at least in my Mauritian Creole Mauricien language that we speak. When a script was developed, yes, it was based on the Latin alphabet, but it was very, let's say,
Modified. Yeah.
yeah, modified, yes, but the accents were gone. It was very simplified. That's the word I was looking for. It was
Okay.
Yes. So it's just I was curious about it because you're I've been following your work for some time, and I know that you're one of the leading experts in this field. So I wanted to know a little bit more about your experience and insights on Creole
Yes.
language.
So
Yeah.
here's a thought. You might want to talk to folks in the US and Canada because there's been a tremendous amount of attention given to how to modify the Latin alphabet for Native American languages, with all kinds of diacritical marks added that you don't see anywhere else, in order to be faithful to the full richness of the spoken language. And then in Canada, there's obviously many First Nations languages, and some of them have adapted the Latin alphabets, but some have adapted the Canadian Aboriginal syllabics. And it would be, I think, probably really worthwhile for you to talk to some of the language programs in those communities. And after this is over, we can exchange some contacts by email. And I think that might be a really useful conversation for you to have.
Thank you so much, Tim. And I also want to share with the audience here that you were brought in to speak to us about the incubator and the work that you're doing, Tim, through Silicon at Stanford University, who's sponsoring this session today. So thank you so much. I'm one of the I'm the one you were communicating with.
Yes,
Tim.
yes.
I just wanted to say thank you for this wonderful presentation about script innovation and the work that you've been doing in preserving languages through your Endangered Alphabets Project organization. So thank you so much, and thank you to Silicon at Stanford University, and thank you to Stanford University as well for creating opportunities and spaces like this for us to get to learn more from people like you, and learn more about your work, and learn how to also be a part of the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Brilliant. All right. Thanks so much. Thanks for inviting me. Very glad to have been here.
All right, I don't know if Mimi wants to come back on and close the session. I know no one can see me because I'm in the audience, but just wanted to say thank you, Tim, and Mimi, you can come back on. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Cyrus. I don't know, maybe people with questions can still send them in. All right, I think no more questions or something. Okay. Yeah, so I think they're saying thank you for the presentation, which is indeed true. Thank you so much, Tim Brooks, for making time for us and educating us about the topic. We really, really appreciate. Yeah, so I think nobody has a question again. Yeah, so that will be all for the session today. And thank you so much, everyone, for attending. There are more sessions coming on. Please join all of them to learn, and learn again, to know more about, African languages and how they're applied in different aspects of life. Thank you.